RSN and SEN track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Good morning. Great to be with you on this Tuesday, the 2nd of September. We're live at Caulfield as they conduct their set of trials on the heat track, and it is a beautiful morning here as well. So it's a big hello to you listening on your local SEN track dial and the SEN app. And of course, it's another big hello to you listening on your local RSN dial and also on the RSN app. Massive show coming your way. We'll be catching up with all of the major players in racing, basically. Lindsay Park will join us, represented by Benny Hayes, to kick off the show. Troy Corsten's here. Mick Price will catch up with us. Graham Begg as well in the first hour. Seamus Mills, who had a big day on Saturday with On Display. He purchased that filly at the yearling sale, so we'll catch up with Seamus. Of course, he's also a board member here at the Melbourne Racing Club. After 9 o'clock, Tommy Berry will have a chat with us, plus all of our regular segments on a Tuesday. The midweek masterclass, as we look to try and find you a few winners on a Wednesday afternoon around the metro tracks. We'll catch up with Adam Hamilton and Anthony Butt as we face the breeze, thanks to Garrett's Horse and Hound, ahead of a massive night of harness racing at Menangle on Saturday night, highlighted by the two Group 1s, the Eureka and also the Len Smith Mile. And we'll find you a few winners with bag of tips as well across the three codes. And you can watch us live streaming on the SEN app and also on our YouTube channel here at Caulfield this morning. 0499 736 736 to join our conversation. 0499 736 736. And Giddy Up brought to you as always by Bet365. But to kick off proceedings on this Tuesday morning, time to say a big hello to Benny Hayes. G'day, Ben.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thanks, mate. First of all, we've got to ask about the champ, Mr. Brightside. You must have been super proud with him on Saturday.
I sure was.
Yeah.
Although we ran second, he was enormous. The race did not pan out how everyone thought.
No.
There was a lot more speed in it. He absorbed the pressure and he was great through the line and beat the rest of the field by a good margin, albeit Treasure Moment beat us quite easily. But he's pulled up great. And he's just got to improve like he does into all his preps.
So from a trainer's perspective, when we discussed this yesterday, would you prefer to have a slowly run race first up or a race like they did there on Saturday in the Memsey?
Oh, look, for him, he's a unique horse.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter.
No.
He's a horse that improves into his preps no matter what happens. And he's gone through a couple hard run races in his time through Pride of Jenny and Deny Knowledge and horses like that. They really like to bowl, so he's gotten used to high pressure races. So for him, it doesn't affect him. He comes through them absolutely fine all the time, and he's really pulled up well. Generally, you do like a sit and sprint first up because it brings them on really well.
Yeah.
And sometimes they can be a little soft though too. So it just depends. Every horse is different. Some horses like sit and sprints. Some horses need a tough run, and he's a lazy horse at home, like I've always said. So a good tough run is good for him. It brings him on.
I reckon he's nearly the most underrated champion that I've come across in the game. He's won close to $20 million. Multiple Group 1 winner. He's done it all. And again on Saturday, and the market suggested that as well. He had his knockers.
He did.
Yeah.
He did. But, we just stick to our processes.
Yeah.
Everyone's allowed an opinion. It sometimes is annoying because they're commenting from afar and they don't actually know what's going on. But he showed everyone he's absolutely fine. And Hong Kong didn't affect him.
No.
He was fine. He was happy. Just because he ran one bad race in his life doesn't mean a horse is gone. So he's
because you're 8 as well.
Yes. Age does not matter.
No.
If the horse is acting like a 3-year-old and he's happy, he enjoys being at work, they'll run well. I've seen lots of 8, 9-year-olds win Group 1s.
Yeah.
We had a horse called Fields of Omar when a Cox played at 9. And, they sometimes get better. So,
what race do you reckon's in him this time around? If you had to pick one.
Oh look, I think he can easily win a Maccabi Diva if he gets the right run. He's got 2 options we can look at with him: the Maccabi Diva or the week later in Sydney.
Yeah, the 7 stakes.
Yeah, the 7 stakes. So we'll be looking at both, and. The King Charles, he can definitely be competitive. Final day.
Just love a heavy track as well.
Yeah.
He deserves that. All right, one Group 1 on a heavy track.
He won 2 Doncasters on heavy.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He hasn't had too many since.
No, I think he had 23 starts on good tracks.
Yeah.
And he's a wet tracker.
Yeah.
So you could say he's very good on the good track
Yes.
too. He's also won multiple Group 1s on good tracks. But he's versatile. I think that's why he is a champion. He's the most consistent horse I've personally seen the last couple of years, other than Winks and Black Caviar.
Yeah.
Name me a horse that puts up a run like him for 4 years straight, spring and autumn.
He reminds me growing up, and he's had a little bit more of a longevity in the way that he's gone about it, but northerly, like he's puts himself on speed, massive heart, never gives up, and every time you put the saddle on him, he goes to war for you.
Yeah, and he's a great horse. He never lets you down.
And I think that
you trust him.
Even though he's had his few knockers throughout his career, that theatre even adds a little bit more to his legacy, I reckon.
Yeah.
Like and if you were picking a football side, he'd be the first picked.
100%.
Yeah.
He's consistent. And the thing about him too, he's had great rivalries through the year.
Yeah, he has.
And he's outlasted them all.
He has. Well, Pride of Jenny did trial yesterday.
I know.
She might be back.
Going. She's still going. Don't worry.
We're still going to have that match race. We'll organise that. Yeah,
okay.
it is.
I think it's they're very consistent with each other. So, but early days, I think Anamo's the only one he's never beat. But every other horse he's raced against, he's ended up beating.
Well, now we need bragging rights across the dinner table for Christmas, because you've got War Machine taking on Carling Rising, hopefully in the Everest. How is War Machine?
He's good. He's good. He's just got a minor setback at a hind foot abscess at the moment that we just got to fix. But once that's fixed, he'll be absolutely fine.
Have you got a slot in the Everest yet?
No, not yet. I think he needs to show people what he's got. So we've still got plenty of time, and got plenty of time to his race. So hopefully we'll get him there. He will. The horse is great. We're very happy with him, but it's training.
Yeah, Carling Rising looked the goods, didn't he? There the other day. Is he going to say good day to you at Lindsay Park?
No, he's not. He'll be staying up in Sydney just because that's where the race is.
Yeah. What about Oak Hill goes around in the Moir on Saturday?
Good. I had Blake Shin ride him Monday morning. He had his final gallop, and we're very happy with him, albeit he was a tad disappointing. Things didn't go right last start. He still hit the line well. He found trouble, and I really feel he's a horse that can bounce back. He's just needs a barrier where he can have a good run in transit. And I think just being second up after going into his first up run off one trial, just put in that he was a bit aggressive, got things wrong. So he's a horse that could definitely bounce back in what looks a very competitive race. We
don't get to see Evaporate on Saturday?
No, unfortunately, he got a little virus.
Oh, okay.
He's now 100% fine, back on track.
Yep.
So we'll either be seeing him in the Sir Rupert Clark.
Yeah.
He'll be having a trial, or the week later in the race at Sandown, the Group 3 Sandown Stakes.
Love the way Tycoon Star went about his business on Saturday. I reckon he's still learning the caper as well.
He is. He's a very exciting horse. He's a great colt. He is he's Group 3 winner, and he ran in all the big 2-year-old races.
Yeah.
He ran third in the Golden Blue Diamond. Then he ran a good race in the Slipper. He's come back. He's ran well first up. He won dominantly on Saturday, and he's just a sharp horse with likes racing, and he's got a really good future ahead of him.
Is he a Coolmore horse?
I think so, yes. I think we'll keep him sprinting. He's just got a great turn of foot, and for a horse to kick off that strong tempo like he did, I think it's a really good asset, and he's got all the right assets.
Yeah. Have you got a winner for us on a Wednesday at Sandown?
It's a tricky day, actually.
Yes.
I think Just for Show later in the on the day, can't remember what race, but he's ready to run a good race.
And this is great, isn't it, to have trials on the heat track? Obviously, you've got bases all around Victoria these days, but it's great to use a facility like this.
It definitely is. It brings horses on beautifully.
Yep.
It's a real race day experience. It's a track they race on, so it's great. It's a really good asset that Caulfield Racing Club has put on.
And horses that we need to follow on Saturday, apart from Oak Hill and the Group 1?
Probably the two interesting ones are Bakash and potentially Miss Celine. Bakash in the 3-year-old listed race, Mackenzie.
Yep.
And Miss Celine in the...
Bakash is a smart one. How do you think he's come up?
Good. I think last time he ran at the Valley, we dropped him back to 1,000. Yep. He drew a bad gate. We made a decision, went forward and took him out of his comfort zone. I think the 1,200 would be better. hopefully he can draw a soft gate if he does. All reports are I wasn't able to be everywhere, but he galloped really well at the Valley this morning.
Beautiful.
So, he's got Jimmy Ricard form, and he was able to be a dominant winner, $1.20 favourite in Adelaide. So he's got his confidence back, and hopefully he can bounce back.
And Scenic Point, just an update on her. Everyone texts us in about her. Obviously, she was probably a little bit disappointing first up. Are you happy with her since?
Good. We've just kept her happy, and she'll be looking to run down the straight on the 13th at Flemington.
We've got to get some merchandise, Mr. Brightside. Take me on at your own peril, basically. He just keeps on answering the critics. It's great to see him. We'll see him in that Mackay Diva. That will be a hot race. Figa Sistina, probably Treasure of the Moment, and Mr. Brightside and Fangirl.
Yeah, it's got to be a great race.
Yeah, good on you, Benny. Thanks for joining us, mate. We appreciate that.
Awesome, thank you.
There's Benny Hayes from Lindsay Park. We'll see if we can get Troy Corstens to come around. We might take a break and then Troy can join us straight after this. We are live. It's at Caulfield here on Giddy Up on this Tuesday morning. It's great to have your company on SEN Track and RSM. We'll take a break and Troy Corstens will join us because he trains the favourite, Barraquil, who goes around in the Group 1 Moy Stakes on Saturday at the Valley.
Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival. Grab your pre-sale tickets from just $30 at Ticketek.
Live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Barrack needs an out, switches back to the inside now. So it's Midwest. Barrack up on the inside from Golden Boom. Barrack up on the inside will win at the Valley again. Barrack first, Midwest Golden Boom, then New York.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Barrack Hill is an exciting galloper. He did it beautifully first up at the Valley over 1,000 metres, and he'll be going around at the Valley once again and around the 1,000-metre circuit at the Valley, but this time at a Group 1, the Moya Stakes. Here with Gareth Hall. We're live here at Giddy Up, of course, on this Tuesday morning at Caulfield. And Troy Corstens, he's the trainer of Barrack Hill. He's the CEO, the chairman of the Trainers Association these days, the Victorian Trainers Association. So he's wearing a few hats and he's with us now. G'day, Troy.
Hi, Gareth.
First of all, are you enjoying this new role, taking over from Robbie Griffiths as the boss of the trainers in this state?
Yeah, it's good. It's obviously big shoes to fill, but I'm extremely passionate about horse racing, and I think that having Will work with me,
yep,
and Dad, obviously, it allows me to put the time and effort that we need to be the president of the Trainers Association.
How have you found it so far? Has anything surprised you?
Not really. I've been the vice president for about 5 years,
Yes.
so I've noted a lot along the way. It's just I've just been sort of hiding behind Robbie's coattails.
Do you think the trainers are united? You can bring them together?
Very, very hard to unite.
Yes,
There's 800 trainers in Victoria, and I can tell you there's 3 in our business and we don't agree at the same stage, so I'm not sure how we're going to get 800 to agree, but we do our best and we try and make it, every trainer is important,
yep,
and we try and make it like that.
Aaron Morrison, when he took over, I think his number one priority was to make sure that he worked with all of the major bodies. Have you found him being his communication and RV's communication with the Trainers Association, has seen that change up a little bit since he's taken over?
He's been outstanding.
Yeah.
He came in and he's united the whole of Victorian racing,
yeah,
and I think he's just doing a great job. And I think we're in a really good space at the moment in Victoria, and it's very encouraging. And I think Aaron's needs to put his hand up. He's built a very good team around him, and he's very good with participants,
yeah,
and he listens to what we say because it's important.
Saturday, it's a big day. Barrack Hill goes around in the Group 1 Moya Stakes. Now, you were first up over 1,000, and some said, I don't know if he's a 1,000-metre horse, and you stay at 1,000, but this time at Group 1 level. Can he win a Group 1 over that trip?
My word, he can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was with everyone. I was probably one of the ones sort of saying that was a little doubt in the back of my mind, because I can tell you, going into it, I was supremely confident. And you don't want to sort of stick your head up, because you get it chopped off pretty quickly in this game. So you've just got to be a little bit careful how confident you are. But if I'd had known he was going to be so good at the 1,000, I would have let everybody know. But there was just that little bit of a question mark.
And he travelled sweetly too, and Benny Allen just needed that run and he got it. But we're doing our speed map from Gate 1, and a few of our experts saying that our form guru's doing Melbourne, that we might map him 3 back the fence, but he was able to get into a lovely spot.
Yeah, he was sharp. He had that little incident at the gates where he launched and he tried to get out of them, but you could tell that he was ready to go. When he jumped and put himself right there, the speed went across him, and he had a terrific trail. Midwest was always going to take him a long way into the straight, and then when he peeled off and we got the run, it was beautiful.
So you think he's still got that spring in his step over 1,000 to jump out of the gates like that and put himself into a spot if he does draw well?
It gave us the confidence to run in the Moya. We could have. It was whatever we did in the Carlisle first up. The Manicado's always been eye on the prize, but doing that, what he did in the Carlisle over the 1,000, if he had have just shown that he wanted the 12, we would have run him in the Chautauqua on Saturday, but the Moya, I think, is a good race for him.
You must be looking forward to the Manicado as well.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
I can't wait. I'm looking forward to Saturday, to be honest. It's a great race, but geez, I think we're a red hot chance going into a good Group 1.
So if you perform well at the Valley in his next couple of starts, do you look to go to Sydney? Or you stay in Melbourne? There's plenty of options in Melbourne for sprinters, but obviously there's that big carrot there called the Everest.
Yeah, and it's massive. And I actually haven't spoken to Nathan about it at all. But I think that everyone's sort of sitting on their hands until after Saturday. They watch the Moir, watch the Concorde, and then I think there's going to be a little bit of movement, and hopefully we're part of that movement. We'll just wait and see.
Bennett Racing can find a good horse, can't they?
Very good at it, and consistently, and always got runners in town on a Saturday, and they're just doing a really good job.
What about, you got a few other chances there on Saturday. One of my favourites, Sue Sensation, doesn't know how to run a bad race.
Oh, he's so honest, Gareth. If he had a Windop as a young horse, if he hadn't had that, I'd say he's a Group 1 horse every day of the week. He still might be, but he's got that electric turn of foot. He's just got to learn how to just settle that little bit more. So,
can he win on Saturday?
Yeah, he can, yeah.
And the Mackenzie's always a ripper race. Facilitate, who's a lightly race galloper, of course, but looks like he's got plenty of potential.
Yeah, exactly. His win at Seymour rated really nicely, and it sort of gave us the courage to have a crack on Saturday. I know it's a good stakes race, but sometimes these 3-year-olds can come out of the cracks, and he's always shown us quite a lot, and I think he deserves his spot.
What are we doing with Hill Rip? Are we going to Sandown tomorrow or the Valley Saturday?
Oh, it's a good question. He's drawn terribly. I've never seen a horse draw so badly in all his life. But if we don't run tomorrow, I'd say we'll probably wait until next Wednesday. We'll have a look at Saturday tomorrow morning, but we'll probably wait till Sandown next Wednesday.
Beautiful, mate. You've hung around for us at Caulfield this morning, so we appreciate that. Who did you have trialled today?
Gentum.
Yes.
He's a nice stayer that we did 50% of with Nathan Bennett, and he's come over from Germany. So. And
how's it? What's his aim?
Look, to be honest, he's one of those Europeans that has taken a stack to acclimatise. He was really nice through the line today. I think he's a 2,400 metre horse, but look for him probably towards the end of spring.
Do you find if you go to the yearling sales and purchase a horse and then you purchase a horse like Argentum, is it easier to syndicate this horse than it is a yearling these days?
Yeah, we did this horse in about 15 minutes. The trouble is, Gareth, that the credit that you get from Europe is not quite as good as the credit you get from Inglis and Magic Millions, I can tell you. So that's what does make it a little bit harder.
So where did you purchased him at the sale?
We purchased him at Arcana. And, so we had 30 days to get our ducks in a row and got him done and paid for.
You don't want anyone pulling out at the last minute. You got me at the
in fairness, I reckon I could have sold him 3 times.
Hey, we appreciate your time. He's an exciting gallop. And what a story is too if he wins a Group 1 Barrack Hill.
Yeah,
everything that he's gone through and the job that you've done with him and the team has been quite remarkable to get him where he is today.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Is he all over those problems now, or is it still like a work in progress?
He's a 7-year-old gelding that's had more problems than you can think of. Yes. So it's only it's really he's not that bad. But he literally we wrap him in cotton wool, and as long as he takes us, he takes us.
Well, we wish you the best of luck on Saturday. We appreciate you joining us here on Giddy Up on this Tuesday morning at Caulfield. And it's great to have these trials as well. I think it's terrific.
They're
for
outstanding.
The club.
Credit to the MRC too, and for putting them on, because it's what the public wants to see, and it gives the punters confidence when they have a look at good trials like this.
And come down and watch these horses. You see all the big names here as well. You get a coffee and a toasted sandwich.
Yeah,
it's perfect. Thanks for that, Troy.
Cheers, Gareth.
There's Troy Corson's there. This is Giddy Up live at Caulfield on this Tuesday morning. You're listening to us on SEN Track and RSN. You can join our conversation 0499 736 736. Seamus Mills isn't far away. We'll catch up with Mick Price as well in this first hour.
Powered by Signet, making SEN News headlines. The federal government is looking to expand cyber safety laws to ban apps which help predators create fake nude images. The Weather Bureau says all Aussie capital cities recorded slightly warmer than normal temperatures during winter. The mean temperature was just under half a degree above the baseline average. An NRL side, the Brisbane Broncos, are in damage control after a bizarre attempt at literal toilet humour by one of its players. 23-year-old star Reece Walsh has uploaded footage of himself drinking water from his toilet bowl. Coming up, SEN Sport. A selection squeeze for the Giants ahead of Saturday's elimination final against the Hawks, with 5 key players pushing to return. That includes Jesse Hogan, Jake Stringer and Josh Kelly. Coach Adam Kingsley telling Fox Footy they've got a bit to weigh up.
We'll cross that bridge a little bit later on in the week, but it's nice to have those guys potentially available and giving us a pretty tough decision.
Experience the SEN Track Deck Saturday, September 20 at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. Tickets $75 at Ticketek.
Live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. We're live at Caulfield for the set of the Caulfield Heat Trials. Great to have your company on RSN and SEN Track. 0499 736 736 to join our conversation. One of the young guns, the pride of WA, joins us from that famous racing family. I speak of Freddie Kersley. G'day, Fred.
Morning, Gareth.
How's
Morning,
things,
guys.
mate?
Good.
How's Grandpa Fred and Grandma Judith?
Fred's good. Judy, she unfortunately took a tumble probably a couple of weeks ago now, so she's recovering. She's got a good nurse in Fred to look after her. But no, they're well, and Freo's going good, so they're nice and happy. Now,
the pride and joy of Lindsay Smith's stable is Tuvalu, the Group 1 winner. You trialled him today. This is his first trial back. We haven't seen this 8-year-old for a little while. How did he perform?
Gave me a good feel.
Yeah.
Second trial back, actually. He got round to the other day in the Western Districts.
Okay.
He had a little poke around, but it was a strong trial from probably... It was genuine run from the 700, from the 600. He felt good. He's still got plenty of improvement condition-wise, but they ran nice time. He felt good and good recovery. So whether he comes back here in 18 days, leave that to Lindsay. But
what do you think would be a nice race for him?
I'm not sure. I think he's still got... Where his rating is, it's hard. You come here for Rupert Clark, you take on those big guys. I don't know if you want to do that first up. I think the horse is going well. You only have to look at him to realise that there's plenty of improvement condition-wise. But I think the next probably week and a half is going to be pretty telling for Lindsay how he comes through this trial.
And he's had a few issues throughout his career. We know that he's very good when he's right. Do you think Lindsay's on top of all of them?
Yeah, he is. Yep. He's, I think, don't quote me, but I'm pretty sure he prepped up at Paul Prushka's in that heavy sand.
Yep.
So I felt a big difference. Last time I rode him was in the Wangoom a couple of years ago, and he won that. I think he's come back, he won that first up. He's come back a better horse. I've had something to do with him this time round, obviously, and he's moving good, looking good, and just waiting for that condition to come through.
So there's a chance we might see him at Caulfield for the Sir Rupert Clark.
I think you might.
Yes.
I think you might. See what's...
so you're
Lindsay
giving us something here, Fred.
I'm not sure. It's, what, Lindsay?
Yeah.
He could change his mind with anything, but no, the horse is going well.
How are you going, mate?
I'm going okay. I took a tumble at Flemington towards the end of the season at jump outs. So I've had a month sitting on the sidelines, but I'm back, moving good, body's feeling all right, so keen to get into the swing of things now.
Good on you, mate. Thanks for joining us, and can't wait to see Tuvalu's, one of our favourites, back in action.
Cheers,
hopefully
guys.
in that Sue Rupert Clark.
Hopefully.
There's Fred Kersley with Gareth Hall on this Tuesday morning. We're live at Caulfield. Seamus Mills, I think hopefully we'll catch up with Johnny McCardle. His star filly, My Gladiola, has trialled today, and also Graham Beek, because Graham, of course, has Neonce going around the Moya Stakes. King Cephas back at the races on Saturday at the Valley as well. Don't go anywhere. It's great to have your company on this Tuesday morning.
Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival. Grab your pre-sale tickets from just $30 at Ticketek.
Live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. It's 8:39 on this Tuesday morning. Great to have your company wherever you may be listening, on your local RSN dial or the SEN Track dial or on the apps. Seamus Mills joins us. He's the owner of the Stars these days. He's one of the great bloodstock agents the game's got, and he's on fire of recent time. He had a big day there on Saturday with his star mare on display, getting the job done, and he joins us now. Of course, he's also on the board of the MRC. Hello to you, Seamus.
Morning, mate. Nice morning out here, isn't it? We've got some good horses going around.
Yeah, we've talked to a few of the trainers today, and it's just great to use this heat track like we are using it this morning to have these horses get to gallop on a course proper and give them a good opportunity to prepare for their upcoming campaigns.
Yeah, look, it was certainly a real aim of mine, and I know many others on the committee to I guess use the facility for the good of the industry, and I guess that recent announcement, hopefully we're heading in the right direction that day. That way, it was interesting this morning. I asked Mick about bringing Charmstone here, and his exact words, it helps adrenalise them, yes. Like a trip away in the race day stalls, and then, whether it's, they don't know whether they're on the heath track or the course proper, so I guess it has, just from a training point of view, it's a really good extra tool.
And it seems like when you talk to the trainers, like Chris Waller on his social media platform say it was terrific to come here last Tuesday to gallop his horse. And from a participant perspective, they get a coffee and feed, and we've been looked after this morning. And even the fans can come out and watch these horses gallop and get a free coffee.
Yeah, look, that's sort of what we're trying to do, I suppose, with the, reduced cost of general entry and reduced cost of food, etc. As you say, we've got the coffee van here this morning. Well, not van, but the coffee stalls open, and we're obviously just looking for as many people to engage with the sport again as we can. And Chris's comments were non-sponsored. There was straight off the cut, and I listened with interest. It was interesting, I suppose, the comment Charlie made that, giving away a coffee or something sounds like a groundbreaking exercise where we should probably be talking about it as fairly standard. But hopefully, look, we're going to see that as a mainstay across other clubs.
As a racing fan, what'd you make of the Memsie?
Mate, I thought Saturday was just a brilliant day of racing. Obviously, we would have all preferred it was under bright sunshine, but how could you not get excited, you know? Treasure of the moment. I was saying to someone before, in all the years I've been following sport, that step up from 3-year-old filly to open class is probably as hard as it can be. Even some of the star 3-year-old fillies, Special Harmony, and these fillies going back over the years have struggled with that step up from 3-year-old filly to open class. And we've got Aliana, we've got Treasure of the Moment,
Lady Shenandoah.
We've got Lady Shenandoah, we've got Autumn Glow. I mean, you're talking about 4 fillies just there who it's a generational thing to do. It is remarkable from a breeding point of view. I've got to say, it makes me wonder what happened that year. Were they all born in drought conditions? Were they all born in what was the Hunter Valley like that year in terms of it's an extraordinary crop, and I guess as I say as a racing and a sort of bloodstock lover, I think we're watching something quite extraordinary that I hope people sort of realise. I think we're watching history unfold.
It's like a draft when they had Hodge and Judd came. Luke Ball was in that draft as well, and they were just freaks basically in the same year, and all Hall of Famers. And it is remarkable. And as you pointed out, like they're generational type of horses, and usually you get a generational type of horse once every 2 decades. But we might have Autumn Glow. Aliana could be anything, and what we saw there on Saturday with Treasure of the Moment,
it's freakish, isn't it? You know, like as I said, I think from just purely on course point of view, I think racing. I mean, I'm not sure where it came from, but I haven't seen this depth in years. I mean, this is a real golden period. You know, like I grew up on the 92 Cox Plate being the greatest race ever staged, and the depth in those years was extraordinary. And I'm not sure what it is, but we've just been blessed, haven't we, with fillies and mares over the last decade. I thought I'd seen all I could with Winks and Black Caviar, and in one crop we've got 3 or 4 that are putting their hand up for that sort of level.
You're in the bloodstock game, and you sell and buy. The impact that Yulong are having now, we know that the impact that they've had for the last couple of years, but now we're seeing it on the track. And I thought maybe a year and a half, 2 years away from their complete domination, but it is Yulong's world, I reckon, at the moment, and we're just living in it.
Yeah, and, you know, I think it's great.
Yeah.
I mean, I can say from a bloodstock point of view, I know, you know, I've been vocal about it publicly, about where the bloodstock world's at and the challenges it faces, and I would say single-handedly Yulong has kept that market afloat. I mean, I thought I saw in the days of Patnack what impact one organisation could have, and I think that during a challenging period they propped it up, but it's nothing in compared to I guess what Yulong have injected into the ecosystem.
So what do you think it would look like without them right now?
I think it would look really, really tough. I think our foal crop would be taking a bigger hit than it's already taking. I think that the bloodstock prices have since COVID, like 23 was a complete disaster, 24 not much better, 25 has been a struggle. No one is predicting any sort of bubble for 26, and I would hope that 27 is when we start to see the ability for the industry to stand back on its own 2 feet without needing a Yulong.
What do we need to do that then?
I think it's as I've sort of mentioned, it's a whole ecosystem that goes around. You can't starve any one part of it and expect the rest of it to work. So if prize money drops and owners get out, then you've got yearling buyers, and then the breeders suffer even more. So we need the whole system to be strong, and I mean, there's one thing. I think few of the farms are doing it now, but certainly the cost of production. I think there's been a big discussion about the cost of having horses in work. I mean, I did a really detailed study on actuals over the last 12 months. Is what I mean. You know our business model to buy these fillies and try to improve their value as they head off the stud. Well, I mean, the average cost of having one in work for the year is in the 80,000, 80 to 90,000 mark. We obviously need prize money to sustain that, and we obviously need those owners getting involved to sustain the cost of production on yearlings. One area I've also been vocal about is that cost of production, and whether service fees are inflated to a point where they're just no longer sustainable. I mean, I think the clock turns one way, but it can turn the other way, as in, if, let's just say, for example, the cost of production came down on a yearling, that means it walks in the ring with a smaller reserve, the smaller trainers get a chance to get involved. If they get a chance to get involved and they're selling it to their owners at $3,000 a 5% share versus $10,000 a 5% share, then we get more owners in the game. More owners in the game mean that breeders can breed another horse. Breeders breed another horse. Our field sizes go up. I mean, as I've said publicly, at the moment we sit at just under 10, at an average of 10 runners per race. I think it's 9.8 or 9.9. So we're only 20% reduction away from not having each-way betting or each-way betting drift. Now, if that is the case, I mean, I've had this discussion with the corporates, and they would tell you that if we get to the stage that each-way betting's no longer, not viable, but no longer the norm, we'll take a massive hit to turnover. So the question would be, for someone a lot smarter than me, would a 20% reduction in the foal crop mean a 20% reduction in field sizes? Because we're going to see roughly over the next couple of years probably a 20% reduction in foal crop, and it takes 3 years for that to filter through by the time the mare's gestation period and 2 years to the track. So it's something that we can't decide at the time, or hang on a sec, field sizes have just dropped to an average of, 7.8. Let's just breed more foals.
Yeah.
It takes 3 years for that to happen,
You can't just click your fingers.
Yeah.
Hey, we had Guy Moldcast, who joins me for a Breeding Bloodstock and Banner podcast each and every Wednesday, and I asked him about the pattern. The pattern is an important meeting today with Racing Australia, with all of the, especially Victoria, New South Wales, catching up. And Guy said, well, Gareth, I don't know if the pattern, I understand why we debate the pattern, but he goes, it doesn't really change my business. He goes, if my horse wins the Golden Eagle and I'll go and sell it or try and sell it to stud, then it's not going to change the value. So what's your perspective on all of this?
My perspective is that it frameworks a much larger industry. I think, I know I've heard, was it Jason, the ex-CEO of Racing Queensland?
Jason Scott.
Yeah, with a similar view. I hold a different view. I think I don't think that biggest prize money should just dictate what races are Group 1s and what races are Group 2s, etc. The bigger issue is, should we just cannibalise ourselves in an industry? So let's say, for argument's sake, in the first year of these new black type guidelines, which are purely ratings based on a race. So let's say, for argument's sake, New South Wales put on, let's say New South Wales put on a $15 million 2-mile race on the first Saturday of November. So year 1, they end up with 3/4 of the Melbourne Cup field. Year 2, more. Year 3, it's cemented that the Melbourne Cup no longer rates to a significant level, to a Group 1 level. So the Melbourne Cup becomes a Group 2 in 3 years' time. They do the same to the Caulfield Guineas, to the Caulfield Cup. So because they have more availability, or to the financials, I think it's a really slippery slope, and something that would see races like the Melbourne Cup losing their group status. And I know some people may say, what's it matter whether the Melbourne Cup's a Group 2 or a Group 3? I would argue strongly against that from a worldwide perspective, that if we want good horses coming to Melbourne Cups, if we want the ecosystem to work nationally, not just for one state, the black type is all important to keep that framework.
Stay with us. Seamus Mills, one of the leading bloodstock agents in this country, obviously had on display that was successful at Caulfield on Saturday, and he's also, of course, on the board at the MRC, so it's always great to catch up with Seamus on a host of different topics, so stay with us. This is Giddy Up live from Caulfield as we watch these official set of trials on this Tuesday morning. You're listening to us live on RSN and SEN Track. It's great to have your company. It's right on 8:52.
Experience the SEN Track Deck Saturday, September 20 at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. Tickets $75 at Ticketek.
Live on RSN and SEN Track, this is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. We're live at Caulfield on this Tuesday morning. It's great to have your company. Seamus Mills is joining us here on this Tuesday morning. On display was impressive there the other day, mate.
That was it was a great relief, mate. There's sometimes you go to the races and you're super excited by one winning. And then there are other days when you're just relieved. I'd say for Saturday, that was the latter for me.
We're about to catch up with Mick Price, but he reckons maybe Empire Rose, just talking to him earlier on this morning.
It's exciting, isn't it? You know, like obviously that step from 78 grade to Group 1 is, that's like the Grand Canyon. But look, she's obviously shown all the attributes. He's got that little twinkle in his eye when he talks about it, I reckon. So I haven't seen that many times before, but normally when he does, he's not far off the mark.
And Charm Stone, we know how good she is. She trialled in the first trial today.
Yeah, I was super happy with her. Damien and Mick obviously probably know better than me, and they were both very, very happy. Damien in particular was really glowing as to where she's at. So if she's right on tune, she would kick off in a Manicato. And if we need the extra week, she can go to the Gilgai.
20 seconds. Have you got any horses that we need to be following that we don't know about?
I got a really nice filly going to Bendigo on Sunday. These maidens are super hot, so she'll probably meet a good field. Her name is Leanne Gaffer. She's a first starter by Written Tycoon, and I've got a good opinion.
Thanks very much, mate. Appreciate it, Seamus.
You're welcome anytime.
There's Seamus Mills, one of the superstars of the racing game. We'll take the news. It's right on at 9 o'clock. This is Giddy Up on this Tuesday morning, live from Caulfield for the set of the heat trials. It's great to have your company.
Powered by Signet, good morning. I'm Nath Gardner with SEN News. Former heavyweight boxing champion Joe Bugner has passed away aged 75 in a Brisbane care home. Known as Aussie Joe Bugner, he claimed Australian, British and European titles and earned the distinction of becoming the sport's oldest world heavyweight champion. Born in Hungary and later settling on the Gold Coast, Bugner's storied career included legendary bouts against Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier. It's been a week since two police officers were killed in Victoria's High Country by alleged gunman Des Freeman. Police have pleaded with locals at Paul Punker they suspect of helping the 56-year-old evade them to give him up. Rescuers are searching through rubble trying to find survivors of an earthquake in Afghanistan's northeast, which has claimed more than 800 lives. Thousands more are injured after the magnitude 6.8 tremor struck in a remote mountainous area. An international study has uncovered the harm of kids looking at screens for too long, with brain development, sleeping and moving severely impacted. And in NRL, the Brisbane Broncos have urged fans not to copy the actions of player Reece Walsh in a bizarre social media video where he drinks water from his toilet.
They reckon there's a new form of recovery to recover the muscles. They reckon you just toilet water, just give it a little drink.
Apologies if you're having breakfast. The club says it was a poor attempt at humour. It was a brand new toilet he'd installed in a renovation. Coming up, SEN Sport. In surfing, West Australian Jack Robinson has been knocked out of the World Surf League finals in Fiji, soundly beaten by Brazilian Italo Ferreira. Fellow Aussie Molly Picklum is the favourite to win the women's world title. And for the second year in a row, Alex de Minaur has made the US Open quarterfinals, and for the third time in his career. It's after a dominant straight sets win over Swiss player Leandro Riardi.
Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival. Grab your pre-sale tickets from just $30 at Ticketek.
Live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up on this Tuesday morning. We are live at Caulfield. They've got their official set of heat trials, which is great to see. This will be a norm throughout the racing season. We're joined by one of the very best, Mick Price. G'day, Mick.
Morning, Gareth. How are you, mate?
Good, thank you, mate. This is great from the MRC.
Well, it's a facility that they don't race on, and we have a mounting yard for the trials, and they're beautiful toasted sandwiches, which I'm on a diet, so I can't have them.
You can't?
No.
Do you enjoy coffee?
Yeah, short black.
Yes.
Yeah, got to strip down for the motorbike.
Do many clubs do this? Put it on?
I think zero, don't they? I don't know, but anyway, it's here. It's a beautiful surface. It's well organised. It's well run, and it's a good industry thing, and it's a good MRC thing at Kanga Lodge.
Yes, you had one of your star mares trial, Charm Stone, in the first trial. Were you happy?
She was good.
Yeah,
she was good. So that was trial number 1 for her, this prep.
Yep.
26th of September is the Manikato. So Monday week, trial at Caulfield, at Cranbourne. And then on the Monday before the Friday night, she'll go to Moonee Valley. So she has one at Moonee Valley.
Yes.
Big, long striding mare. And she had a good blow today, being her first trial. I've done a bit with her, and she's in beautiful condition.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very, very happy with her. But blew up over the back. And, I think timing-wise, that'll be pretty okay.
Geez, I love on display. I think everyone else does as well.
Well, I think she can nearly win the Group 1.
Empire Rose?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
A mile's a beautiful distance for her, and I mean, every Sunday, every day, actually, we, look at how horses pull up from races, and she just walked out the box like she had not been to the races. I think she's got great capacity. I think she's got great potential. We haven't seen the best of her yet. She should have been a Group 2 winner in South Australia, which is why we are scrambling around for a few ratings points, But look, she's got a prep in front of her. Maybe she'll have run number 4 leading into the Empire Rose, but there's a good little program for her, but she's a good mare.
Miss Rubini, I reckon, will be hard to beat. Maybe even in a Sir Rupert Clarke Stakes. Is that the way you're going to go?
I think she's second pick. I don't follow the...
she's third pick, around $11. Yeah, we bet 365. Well, Sepples is the favourite.
Yeah. Okay, so we did go scrambling around for C. Williams to ride her, but...
how'd you go?
Well, I think there was a half an hour gap where we just couldn't get him, and he's on something. I think he's on Sepples.
Yes.
Look, she's a really good mare, and her Magic Millions win was good, and she's improving like a lot of those Zoo Stars do when they get older. And 1,400 metres and second up is tick.
Yep.
Low weight is a tick, and... I think right time, right place. I mean, I hope she can win a Group 1. It would be fantastic. But regardless, she'll be competitive.
Who's your best horse in your stable right now ahead of the spring?
Oh, mate, I don't know if I've got the best one. There's two. Charmstone's Group 1 horse, Reserve Banks, there at the moment. He's working good.
Yep.
There's 2 Group 1 horses. I don't know, you have to make Group 1 horses, don't you? So there's a few little chances there coming up. The 3-year-olds, Planet Red, went to Moonee Valley this morning and galloped in front of La Fracas. He galloped good. I was just speaking to Jamie Mellon then.
Yep.
She rode him then. So I think with Zara on Saturday, he'll be very competitive there. Space Rider is going to Moonee Valley on Saturday with Michael D on. And then he goes to the Guineas Prelude and the Caulfield Guineas. So they're nice horses there, but, you have to make them, don't you?
Yeah. Any winners tomorrow at Sandown on the hillside?
What
you got 3. You've got 3 strong chances. Engine of War, Undisputable and Deep Pleasure.
Right. Deep Pleasure, yes. Engine of War's first emergency, and I don't think he can win. And Undisputable coming off Ballarat synthetic form. Normally they need to improve, don't they? And there's a bit of speed in that race for a small field, so we can't get away with what we did get away with at Ballarat, but look, the horse is going well.
What do you make of the Memsey and the performance of Treasure of the Moment?
look, Treasure of the Moment was a standout because she's a nice young weight for age 4-year-old mare now, and she's coming up. But if you rate the race on the best performances of all those weight for age horses, you might say, wow, this is the best Group 1 race we've ever seen in the world,
Yeah.
But, to be fair, I mean, Fangirl looked like her wheels were spinning a little bit, and Caulfield, as champion a horse as the second horse is, he's a 8-year-old that's had 45 starts. So where's, his new peak going to be? So I think the ratings after the race, like Pinstripe was there, and there was a few there that Another Wheel didn't really turn up, did he? So if you rate the race on their best performance before and the race as it was, I think they're different races.
V Sistina V Treasure of the Moment and a Cox Plate.
Whoa, that's fantastic, isn't it?
Would you go to a Caulfield Cup with her, Treasure of the Moment? Would you split them up if you were Mr. Zhang?
Well, that's his decision, and he can do that, can't he? Well, if you had to put a circle around the Cox Plate for Via Sistina, it's a bit like Winks. She's going to go back there. She's going to dominate, isn't she? Yeah. So if you did want to split them, at least Treasure of the Moment will get 1.5 miles in a handicap where she'll get well treated. So I guess.
And I love, last question before we let you leave. We had a chat to Chris Waller last week, and many think that if Aliana turned up at a Caulfield Cup, she would just win. And Chris' philosophy is that that's probably right. She'd be hard to beat in a Caulfield Cup, but if he trains her to get 2,400 metres coming out of her 3-year-old filly season, he believes that it could take some spring out of her legs, and then it might be difficult to get her to win 6 Group 1s that he thinks that he can do with her if he went down the Cox Plate path.
So does that mean he doesn't go in the Caulfield Cup?
No, he goes to the Cox Plate because he reckons it's too hard sometimes on those 4-year-old mares. And a few people, I said, what's the difference in setting a horse for a Cox Plate compared to a Caulfield Cup?
Well, it's a staying journey, the Caulfield Cup. The Cox Plate, you can afford to have the edge on them. In a Caulfield Cup, you've got to have probably just a little bit extra of a grinding prep for them. And not only that, if he's standing there every day with his horse and he knows his horse and he feels that this is the best thing he can do for the horse, then he'll be right.
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be a great spring, mate. And it was a good day on Saturday. Your stable's on fire.
Well, I never feel it's on fire because...
You've had a good month.
I've got to deal with the losers.
Yes.
Everyone sees the winners, and I sit up at 1 o'clock in the morning wondering where I went wrong.
Well, Shona's waiting patiently. You've got to get going. We appreciate you coming on, Giddy Up. Thanks for that, Mick.
Good on you.
Good on you, Mick. There's Mick Price joining us live at Caulfield. Always great to catch up with Mick Price. He's a busy man, so he's about to head off with Shona. So we appreciate that, Mick. And on display, she's a beauty, as Seamus Mills pointed out as well. She is on track to be really competitive and a host of the big mares races this spring, including, of course, the Empire Rose, which will be her grand final on the opening day of that famous Flemington Carnival. We'll take a break. Graham Beck will be my special guest next.
Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival. Grab your pre-sale tickets from just $30 at Ticketek.
Live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up live at Caulfield on this Tuesday morning. Superstars here. Clayton Oliver, he'll join us soon. Started his pre-season. I saw him jogging around Caulfield just before.
It was him down there outside taking my gladiola on.
Yes, Johnny McCarl's joining us. We're live at Caulfield here on Giddy Up, and it's great to have your company on RSN and also SEN Track. G'day, John.
What's happening, Gareth?
Not much, mate. I'm excited to see what your filly, My Gladiola, will do this preparation. Loved her first up effort. How'd she trial today?
Yeah, she was just here having a bit of a day out. Drew the outside gate again. Can't even get a barrier in a trial. So, yeah, Jamie just, she came out and just settled sort of just off the speed, and then she got a little bit keen with no cover, and he rolled up around her. She wasn't here to break any world records. She was just here to get a bit fitter. She's a little bit like a trainer and carries a bit of excess condition. So fortunately, she's a bit quicker than myself. So she did everything we wanted her to. So yeah, she'll head to the Captain T's Saturday week, and then we'll go from there.
So that means you're thinking instead of 1,000 guineas path over a 1,600 metre trip with this filly by I'm Invincible, you're thinking about a Coolmore then with her?
Ideally, yeah. If everything went to plan, she'd run in the Captain T's, and then to be 3 weeks into the Danehill, and then a month into the Coolmore. Obviously, we'll just see how she comes up. There are other options, but that's the main plan. And then at the end of it, the Melbourne Racing Club have been very nice and
just for you, Johnny.
Upgraded a 3-year-old fillies race to $1 million, the Thoroughbred Club. So that could also be an option.
And that's 1,200 metres here.
Yeah.
Is it a difficult decision to work out what her best trip is?
Oh, look, you know, she probably will get 1,400. I don't know whether she'll get a mile. She might be a little bit brilliant for that. She may do as she gets older, but you know, she's only had 4 starts, and she's only drawn a barrier once in her life. She can still do a few things wrong, so we're probably happier keeping her at the sprinting trips at the moment. She does have a very good turn of foot, so that'd be the plan so far.
How good is she? You've trained many a good horse throughout your career.
She's pretty good.
Yeah.
You know, Jamie's of the opinion she's got a good a turn of foot as pretty much anything he's sat on. So, she's pretty smart. Obviously, she was good first up, didn't get a gate, had to go back to last. Over racing, did a few things wrong, and just peaked on her run, sort of 50 from home in the Quizette, but was still strong through the line. So, if we had got a gate that day, we might have had a bit more luck. But, she's a smart filly.
What about you Mornington trainers?
Yeah, look, we do have a bit of a competition. I mean, me big mate Nico, he keeps on showing off with that little chestnut horse, so we've got to try and keep him honest. Can't have him wandering around like a a cockerel, like a Bantam rooster. So, we've got to try and keep him honest.
Yeah, so like the Mornington trainers are just like, we just pointed out, just flying at the moment. Everyone's having success, which is great.
Yeah, it's good that good bunch of blokes down there, and we all get on pretty well. So we're all happy to see everyone having a bit of luck, and it's good. You know, you can gallop and trial against horses, so it does help you out.
Shane Nichols, as you said, is your great mate. You're everywhere with him when you go to the sales, and usually you can guarantee one thing: when you do the sales circuit, Shane and Johnny McCutt will be having a beer somewhere at the closest pub. How good is this filly that he's got?
Well, he tried to hide it this morning. It's gone out on the course proper at about 5 to 4. And
Escher we're talking
about.
Yeah,
he's tried to hide it, but
what can you tell us, Johnny?
No, she worked well. It's probably the most relaxed I've seen her work. I'm sure he would have been happy. He's probably on his 3rd egg and bacon roll to celebrate at the moment, the big fella. But look, she's a very exciting filly. So I hope she gets a run in the Moya. There'll be one less to beat in the Captain T's.
Yes, and this Moya's going to be a beauty. It's it's a big challenge for a filly like that, especially being so lightly raced, but he must have a big opinion of her, and that is exciting to see a progressive type like that with a little bit of X factor taking on the older horses in a Moya.
It is. It's just it's something different for the fans to see. You know, it's not the stock standard form lines. It's just, as you say, a little bit of X factor. She's been brilliant in her couple of wins. So hopefully she can get the job done, because if it is, it's his shout, and I'll make him earn it.
Can you believe we were watching the Raider there on Saturday? I was on air on SEN Track, and we were thinking that, and I was getting all these text messages saying, Gareth, that you don't know what you're talking about, because I was getting reports from Caulfield, and they say, Gareth, it isn't raining. And it was raining. It seemed that everyone in every suburb of Melbourne was saying, Gareth, it's raining cats and dogs here. And Caulfield, it missed for some reason.
Yeah, they put a roof on it. Unfortunately, would have liked it a bit wetter. They might not have been sprint hard enough to catch the old boy. 1700 probably just sees him out a bit as well. He's an incredibly large animal, and his fitness probably caught him a little bit late, but you know, he's in good order, so he'll probably head towards the Sandown Stakes in a month over 1500 at Group 3, and if he went well in that, we might have a go at a Toorak.
We backing anything this week?
Probably not this week, but
you got a couple in at Mornington, I see.
Yeah, Marsha's first up, and my Rockefeller are both first up. They're obviously going to want to get out over a fair bit more ground. We're pretty quiet this week, but it starts to ramp up after that. Yum will be back at the races in a couple of weeks' time. She worked really well this morning.
Yeah.
She's a filly we've got a big opinion of. She'll head towards an Oaks campaign, so it'll be good to...
David Taggart want to come back there and win you another Oaks?
I'll tell you what, I reckon I'm more chance of riding on 55 than he is, but...
he's up and about. He's got a race named after him now.
I know. I was actually speaking to the Melbourne Racing Club boys. I said, geez, wouldn't it be a horror if I managed to win a race like that? The acceptance speech would be probably not for public consumption.
He still talks about that miracle ride there in the Oaks and how everyone let him out, basically, and it wasn't his fault.
I was going to Barwon Prison. I can guarantee you that for killing him, if he had got beat on her, he's very, very lucky that she was a group-winning sprinter. But no, look, he did a great job on her tags, and
the tagster.
He was a very good jockey. He was a better indoor cricketer.
Oh, was he?
Well, he'll tell you he was.
Yeah.
We did have an indoor cricket team, and he wasn't very good against the back net. If they hit it above 3 feet, he couldn't reach it. But no, he was a solid campaigner, our little man.
Hey, John, it's always fun catching up with you, mate. Hey, I love your filly, My Gladiola.
I hope she do it myself.
Yeah, I hope she can win a big one.
If she does, it'll be a decent old night.
We won't see you for a few days.
Well, Paul Johnson, her main owner, is he's world class. He's right up there. So if she wins one of the big ones, then there's probably a few pubs around Melbourne that have got a job ahead of them.
You're a bloody star. Thanks for joining us on SEN Track and RSN as well on Giddy Up. We appreciate your time, mate, and go and get a cup of coffee. The toasted sandwiches aren't bad here at the Heath.
Well, I don't drink coffee. It's probably the only vice I don't have. But I don't drink coffee, but I'm sure a nice cleansing water and will get me through.
All right, thanks, mate. Thanks for joining us.
Cheers.
There's John McCardle, so that's exciting. My Gladiola, we'll see her at Flemington on Saturday week. 9:25, we might take the news and we'll come back with plenty more. We're still at Adam Blenko midweek masterclass. In fact, Tommy Berry won't be far away. He's trialling at Randwick today. Some stars there in Sydney racing and trialling there in Sydney, so we'll catch up with Tommy Berry. And we'll find you some winners with baggy tips a little later on as well. Sammy Lyons from racing.com will join us to help us back a winner, hopefully at Benalla this afternoon. Michael Kent Jr. as well will go through that team's runners. And we've got Adam Hamilton and Anthony Butt to talk some harness racing with Facing the Breeze ahead of a big night at Menangle on Saturday night, highlighted by the Eureka, the slot race worth $2 million in the sport of harness racing, and of course the Group 1, the Len Smith Mile. It's 9:26. This is Giddy Up this Tuesday morning.
Powered by Signet, making SEN News headlines. The federal government is looking to expand cyber safety laws to ban apps which help predators create fake nude images. The Weather Bureau says all Aussie capital cities recorded slightly warmer than normal temperatures during winter. The mean temperature was just under half a degree above the baseline average. And NRL side, the Brisbane Broncos, are in damage control after a bizarre attempt at literal toilet humour by one of its players. 23-year-old star Reece Walsh has uploaded footage of himself drinking water from his toilet bowl. Coming up, SEN Sport. In surfing, West Australian Jack Robinson has been knocked out of the World Surf League finals in Fiji, soundly beaten by Brazilian Italo Ferreira. Fellow Aussie Molly Picklum is the favourite to win the women's world title. And for the second year in a row, Alex de Minaur has made the US Open quarterfinals, and for the third time in his career. It's after a dominant straight sets win over Swiss player Leandro Riardi.
Experience the SEN Track Deck Saturday, September 20 at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. Tickets $75 at Ticketek.
Live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Tommy Berry's at the trials, so in between trials he'll jump on the phone and have a chat to us. He's got some nice rides in Sydney on Saturday, but so does my next guest, one of the young guns of the sport. Ethan Brown joins us. G'day, Ethan. Thanks for joining us, mate.
No worries.
Jimmy Starr on Saturday in the Concord. Are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, I'm so excited to get back on his back. I haven't been on him this prep, but been keeping a close eye and, keeping in good contact with Kieran and the connections, and all systems go for Saturday.
1,000 metres. There might be a little bit of rain around, which might help his cause.
Yeah, definitely. 1,000 could be a touch sharp, but then again, he won the Oakley Plate fresh up last prep, didn't he? So, a bit of rain's going to help him, and he looks to come back better than ever.
He's an amazing horse. He's been some buy for Aussie, and Johnny and Kieran's done a great job with him, but every preparation he seems to get better. Yeah,
I know. He's just a special horse. He's got an amazing will to win. Not many horses have that. Only the real good ones do, I think. So he knows where the post is, and he just loves winning. And he's such an interesting character as well. And I think he proved that in the TJ Smith when he wanted to eat the grass just before they jumped. Yeah, he's got a bit of a mind of his own, but he's definitely getting better with age, and that's just him. Yeah, Sepples was good there on Saturday. Yeah, geez, he's an impressive horse. Yeah. First up, that was a good effort, I thought. He goes to the Rupert Clark and he won't get my weight, so I'm a little bit... They tell me Craig Williams has jumped aboard pretty quickly. Yeah, I was on the phone to Craig last night. Okay. Yeah, he said he'd filled me in with all the information, but good on him. He'll be well suited in that race, handicap conditions, and what he done the other day, he'll only improve on off him. And I loved your ride, mate, because on paper it looked like a tricky gate there on Saturday, but you said, no way, I'm best horse in the race, I'll ride him like the best horse. Yeah, definitely, and the key was just to get him to break well. Yeah. And then after that, it was just a case of not letting home rule too far out of our sight, but he made my job easy. He jumped, he put himself there, he travelled well, and he sustained quite a strong gallop. Yeah, and hopefully you get back on him after the Sir Rupert Clark. Yeah, that's the plan. Yeah. Craig's not easy. No. But, I've done a bit of work on him, so I'm confident I'll get back on him. What weight can you ride in a cup? If he got a handicap? Yeah, if he got 54, I'd do that. But that's getting towards the bottom of the barrel. What other horse is looking forward to this spring?
Light infantry man, hopefully he can bounce back.
Yeah, he's going to need to. But what he done last prep was amazing. Like he had such a successful prep, and he's a very good horse on his day. So looking forward to him. There's a few others. Johnny and Aussie have such a good team at the moment.
They do, don't they?
Unreal.
Jeez, Buckaroo went good there the other day. You've been on the. He'll get more than 54 in a Caulfield Cup.
Yeah, he will get my weight.
I thought you became the retainer rider for that organisation. The love that they were giving you and how they speak of, like Johnny treats you like one of his kids.
He does. He's a good man, Johnny, and him and Aussie, they bat for me when they can.
Yeah.
Look, Buckaroo, he'd be a great horse to get on.
Yeah.
But I'll leave it in there.
And do you enjoy your holiday?
It's unreal.
Yeah. I saw it on social media. You caught up with Bo, and Celine had a good time, and she rode a treble there recently. She's on fire.
Yeah, the break done us good.
Yeah.
Come back nice and fresh. But, yeah, she's just getting going. It's a hard time of year for everyone.
Yeah.
And she's getting good support from the Hayes boys. They sent her over to Adelaide, give her 3 rides, and she won on all 3 of them. So she's going well. She's just come back from a suspension, and she's certainly going the right way about things.
And you must be looking forward to the spring after the breakout season, Group 1 season last season.
Yeah, definitely. There's plenty of good horses getting around, and that was my goal coming into this spring, just capitalise on what I done last season. And have a crack.
You're a bloody inspiration, mate. I love the way how you've developed and been able to get the job done, especially after a few setbacks. And it's a credit to yourself, and it's good to see you on Jimmy Boy ahead of a big campaign. And that Everest is going to be something special, I reckon.
Yep.
King Rising, Jimmy Star, Barriasa, Private Harry, they're talking up a big game. So enjoy that ride, mate, and good luck on Saturday.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Thanks.
Good on you, mate. There's Ethan Brown joining us there. Tommy Berry's at the trials, so he won't be far away. And Graham Begg will join us a little later on. Adam Blenko's not far away, the midweek masterclass. Still plenty to come on Giddy Up on this Tuesday morning. We're live from Caulfield for the set of these Heath trials, and we'll come back with plenty more straight after this. You're listening to us on SEN Track and RSN 0499 736 736. 0499 736 736 is the number to get in contact with us.
Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival. Grab your pre-sale tickets from just $30 at Ticketek.
Live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. We're live, of course, here at Caulfield. You're listening to us on RSN and SEN Track. Hey, Paulie Sebastiani back in the studio. Tommy Berry's just texted. He's ready to go. So if you give Tommy a call.
Sorry, G, you got me there, mate?
Yeah, I've got you there, mate. Tommy Berry's ready to go if you give him a call. He's just
We'll try and get him on the line, mate. He should be good to go very shortly.
Tommy
What's the scenes like out there, mate? All is well?
Yeah, it's great, mate. So looking forward to catching up with Graham Begg. He's just got to watch one more trial. Of course, he's got a host of superstars at his stable, including Neonce that'll go around in the Group 1 Moya Stakes. So there's one more trial to go. It's been tricky a little bit trying to get these trainers and jockeys in between trials, but they've been great when we've been able to get them, of course, here at the heat trials at Caulfield. So it's been a really good morning. We might do this every time they have the trials at Caulfield because it is a great opportunity to catch up with all the participants on a Tuesday morning like this, especially ahead of these big Group 1 days.
Gee, I think we may have Tommy Berry on the line. We've just given him a buzz. He should be ready to rock and roll, mate.
The great man. G'day, Tommy. Thanks for your time, mate.
My pleasure. How are you guys?
Good, thanks, mate. The trials at Randwick, a few of the superstars there are stepping out. Who are you riding there of any note?
Like Lucy, she's obviously New Zealand Oaks winner. She's come back in really well. The Queensland Derby winner of O'Shea's. Yep. And Rich a little bit later on. Obviously, he won the Arrowfield. He's a nice colt, so looking forward to getting back aboard him.
Back on Saturday, Raging Force was really good, mate. Talk us through that particular performance, and did he give you a feel that he can go on to bigger and better things now?
Yeah, definitely. He just keeps improving every time he steps out. It's, we really enjoy being able to take a sit with him last start where he won quite well. You can see sort of when he comes off their backs and has something to chase, he's got a really good turn of foot, where on Saturday they sort of weren't going quick enough to leave me, and I didn't really want to give up the fence for no reason, or the lead. So I sort of just let him absorb that pressure, which he was good enough to do. Not many can. And he let down that well at the top of the straight. I sort of thought I had it won pretty comfortably, and then he just sort of wandered around a little bit late. And I sort of let him just creep over to the fence, thinking that once he gets to the fence, he'll sort of straighten up and go again. Just being a young, immature horse, but obviously with James being there, it obviously got me some in the end. So it was a bit of a sour note to what was a good performance.
What did James say to you after the line? Everybody wants to know, Tommy boy.
No, James and I are good mates, so it wasn't.
Bit of banter.
Yeah, it's nothing exciting. Unfortunately, I'd love to say that we're ready to fight, but he let me know that I got him, and I heard him that he caught a couple of times. Apparently, I heard him the last time, and that's obviously when I've stopped and straightened my colt back up. But look, it was obviously my intention to let him roll in so he could find the fence, but obviously knowing James was there late, I had to straighten, and unfortunately it was too late.
Tell him to yell louder, Tommy.
Yeah, he's always suffered a bit of imperience, which James isn't used to suffering very often. So I told him that he might not have his iron at the moment. Might have to pick better runs to take.
What about this horse's trip? What do you think Raging Force's best trip is?
Well, he gives us every indication at home that he'll run at least 1,200, maybe 14. Like, he's such a relaxed colt at home. He's an absolute dude. And even in his races, like the other day, having a horse sit a length outside of you in the lead, and for him to sort of have his head on his chest and handle that so well, I think that shows. Everyone thinks he's just a speed horse, but he's just so clean from the barriers. So we've been riding him that way. But obviously, next start over 1,200, like I said, I don't think they'll pose a problem. But he'll probably let us know whether you go to a Coolmore or a Golden Rose, or it's an option to do both.
Yeah, and do you think he can stay up and continue on his good form? Because he has been up for a little while racing through the winter.
Yeah, he has, but he's been very lightly raced, as you know, and he's been well looked after. He doesn't. He's so easy in everything he does. He's got a great attitude. He's a gelding, which makes some of the colts can turn a bit sour if they've been in for too long or start to go a bit the other way. But obviously being a gelding, he's got a great attitude, and that's going to take him a long way. And I think, if you go off all of his wins, every time he steps up, he's been more impressive. Like, he beat a really good field there on the weekend. So you'd like to think if he's going on that uphill trajectory, then he's not near his end.
Couple of really good rides there on Saturday. I know you got to get back to the trials, but Apocalyptic, she looks like she's a star, this filly by Extreme Choice.
Yeah, she's obviously got all the wraps on her, and the price suggests that in the early market for a horse that's still a maidener. But she's been pretty exciting the way she's come back in both of her trials, and she's just another one. When you talk about good attitude, she's got a great head on her shoulders, and Saturday's definitely not going to suit her distance-wise. She's going to be better when she gets to 14 and a mile, and obviously the Princess Series is right up her alley with the Flight Stakes being, a grand final. But she's got to be up to that level as well, and she's got a chance to prove herself up to that level on the weekend. And that doesn't mean we expect her to win, because we know it's a bit short of her best trip, but we expect her to be very competitive.
I think your book for Willie Do It Mail is he's flying this horse for Kieran Maher.
Yeah, he is. Obviously, I haven't ridden him in a trial, but I did. I was in ear distance when Jace got off him in his trial at Warwick Farm, and he gave him a massive rap. So he's obviously with the My Racehorse crew, so he's got a lot of supporters there, and his New Zealand Derby wins really sticks in my mind. So he's we're looking for these nice new stays on the rise that can be running in Metrops and Caulfield Cups and Melbourne Cups, and hopefully he might be the next one on the way up, but he's still got a little bit of a way to go.
He goes around the tramway. Who's the one horse, apart from Raging Force, that you're looking forward to this spring, Tommy?
I'd say Apocalyptic. I think a filly that I'm riding on Saturday called Spirit of Wealth. She's a really nice filly. She's only been beaten once, and that was at Rose Hill, and she didn't pull up 100% on that occasion, so she's come back. You won't miss her trials because she's just been exceptional in those, and I think she's better than 78 grade, and I think she'll prove that on Saturday and be able to go on with it after that.
Beautiful, Tommy. You'll take your 2-week break after this, or your suspension after Saturday?
Yeah, after Saturday, so just missed the one Saturday, back for the next, but got a really good book of rides to come back with. Unfortunate that I missed the Raging Force, Saturday week, but unfortunately. Yeah, in the run to the Rose. But yeah, you do things wrong, don't keep them straight. That's where you're going to spend most of your time on the sideline. So that's up to me to fix.
Good on you, Tommy. We appreciate your time, mate. You're right in great form, and go and get them this Saturday.
Thanks, Gareth. Cheers, mate.
There's Tom Berry. He's busy at the trials. He's been good enough to join us. So Raging Force, that's interesting. Hopefully we get to see him in a Coolmore, but he will go to a run to the Rose, and then if he performs well there, they might go to a Golden Rose, or then rethink and go to a Coolmore if he doesn't quite see out that 1,200 metres, or he doesn't perform up to expectations there in the run to the Rose. So that's Tommy Berry. We'll take a break. I reckon Graham Begg, Louis Clifton, my producer, with me at Caulfield today, I reckon he'll be ready to go. He has been busy. He's had, I think, the most amount of horses trialling today, Graham Begg. So he will join us straight after this. This is Giddy Up live from Caulfield. You're listening to us on RSN and SEN Track.
Experience the SEN Track Deck Saturday, September 20 at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. Tickets $75 at Ticketek.
Live on RSN and SEN Track, this is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
It's Gerringong and Stretton Angel. Pop Award, Miss Roombini off those as Miss Roombini starts to join in. Manal behind those. And Magic Time right down the outside. Gerringong's kicking Miss Roombini. Magic Time followed by a bounding Magic Time. Stopped up and one. It's her time. Magic Time from Miss Roombini.
So that was Magic Time winning on Saturday, and she was superb. Miss Roombini was brave as well after talking to Mick Price, and Magic Time will head to the Manikato, and then I think Yulong and Graham Begg be trying to get her into a Everest. Josh Rodder, the racing manager at the MRC, joins us. I think Graham Begg's about to come over as well. Hello, Josh.
Hello, Gareth. Good morning to you.
And we've got
a bit nervous. Graham Begg's one of my favourites.
Is he? Well, he's a star, isn't he? Hey,
growing up, I used to follow all these horses.
Yes.
The first race meeting I went to at Caulfield was the 1990 1,000 Guineas.
Yes.
Whisked.
Oh, sorry.
Gavin Duffy.
Yes.
And Whisked won the 1,000 Guineas. And do you know who she was the mother of?
No.
Tie the Knot.
Okay, there you go.
The Niverson Tate family still have their colours running around for Patrick and Michelle Payne.
Yes, I think we can. Are we here? Is Josh's microphone on? I think it. Beautiful.
That's what we're talking about.
You're working. It's working beautifully now.
I can name them all.
I think Graham Begg's about to come over here and have a chat to us as well, which is great. Obviously, his stable's on fire, and Josh was just saying that you're his favourite trainer.
I was just talking about Whisk, Graham, 1990, in this very venue.
We'll put the microphone on, working beautifully here. Hello, Graham. Thanks for joining us.
That's all right.
Showing your age, Graham, I was talking about 1990 and Whisk and the 1,000 Guineas.
Gavin Duffy.
That's
it. It was his first return to Victoria after he got barred from riding in Victoria by Pat Layla. I think he wrote a thing in the Blue Diamond, think of Black Shoes, and he said, "You're riding too short. We don't want to see you here back in Victoria." He was referring to the length of his stirrup levers, but Gavin Duffy was a very unique jockey, and we brought him back to Victoria, and he got saluted on Whisk that day. It was actually the 1,000 Guineas was run on the Wednesday that year, so yeah.
It's been a busy morning, mate.
It's been a busy morning. We started gallops at Cranbourne at 4 o'clock this morning, so it's been pretty full on. So we've got through everything safe and soundly.
There's one horse that everybody is telling me today that we need to be backing first up. It was in the Yulong colours, Rich Dotty, after another brilliant trial.
Yeah, she jumped out very well. Rich Dotty is a filly. She won a couple of races. She's come off running third placing behind Alabama Lass in a stakes race up the straight. She's sort of 1,000 metres, 1,100 metres, very good fresh, but she wants dry ground, so that's one thing that she needs. But she's going particularly well. Today's trial was like a third one in this time round, so she's fitted up well to go back to the races in the next week or so.
Can't wait for Saturday. Neonce is the equal favourite for the Moya. How is she?
She's good. She's had a couple of jump outs in a barrier trial, so she's fitted up really well, and capacity field. Won't be any easy race, obviously. Group 1s, they don't give them away, but they're coming from far and wide to run in this race, so she's got to take the next step. But look, we're very confident that she's going well.
Do you think she can take the next step?
Well, she hasn't given us any indication she can't, but I think the most pivotal thing about Saturday will be probably the barrier draws from the 1,000 metres around the valley. She's never raced at the valley before, but so I think that will be a big thing for most runners.
I think we're excited to see King Safa back at the races as well. Do we see him at the valley?
Yeah, he runs at the valley Saturday. He's going to actually run in the benchmark 84 race.
Okay.
We had him in the Chautauqua. He probably wouldn't get a run in that, or he'd be in an emergency. We've decided that we'll take the easier option, run him in the race that
where his benchmark sits, and we can always go to something a bit stronger later on.
What do you think he can get to this preparation? Because he's bloody exciting.
Oh, he's a pretty damn good horse. We've certainly come off running in a stakes race his last start. He failed. It was a bit of a blot on his copybook, but he struck a wet track, and it was a deteriorating track on the day, so it just all went awry for him. But look, he's in really good order, and looking forward to his upcoming spring preparation.
Did we see the unbeaten Silver Magnate there as well?
Well, I just got told he got a run, so he was third emergency. So Racing Australia just rung us. Plus, we had a couple of our owners were on the computer all morning, looking refreshing all the time, see if he got a run. But one guy went off a little bit early. He said, "Oh, there's 3 scratchings," but he forgot to mention that the one below him, it was a 4th emergency, was scratched, so he wasn't actually in the field. But look, he's in the field now, and we think he's a not very nice horse. So we don't want any rain, so hopefully Sandown can get back to about a soft 5 will be very nice for him.
Soft 5 this morning.
Yep.
Oh, that's really good. That's good news. So we don't want any rain. So
we can have a bet?
We think he's a pretty exciting horse. He's drawn a good gate, and we earmarked this race for him after his first up win this time round. So he's prepped up really well.
Has the phone started to ring? Were there ever slot holders after what Magic Time did first up, with plenty of improvement in her, as you pointed out before the race?
Well, we've had a couple little
Can you
phone
give us an
calls.
exclusive here?
No. Look, we'll let her do the talking. She'll go to the Manikato her next start, and we'll work it out from there. But you've always got the situation in Sydney. You can always get a wet track up there, so you never know.
That's what I mean. Like Cargan Rising can turn up in his trial well, but what about if it's a heavy track? Like Magic Time's got to be there, because there is a strong possibility that might happen in Sydney.
Well, we've put her in the position, so she's going to go to the Manikato. So time-wise, she's got the situation where if it does shape up for her to go to an Everest, well, she'll be in the time frame.
Hey, good on you, Graham. Thanks for joining us,
Cheers.
mate. We appreciate it. There's the champ, Graham Begg. We'll take the 10 o'clock news, and we'll come back and continue our chat with Josh Rodder.
Powered by Signet. Good morning. I'm Nate Gardner with SEN News. It's now been a week since 2 police officers were shot dead in northeast Victoria, and the search for alleged gunman Des Freeman continues. 7 reporter Tegan Doling says hundreds of officers are still involved using high-tech equipment, but they think he might not be alone.
Police have confirmed that someone is harbouring him, that someone is helping him hide from the police. They are really tight-lipped on what intel they have, but they do believe he is still in that Mount Buffalo National Park.
Police say anyone harbouring Freeman is committing an extremely serious crime. The final bell has rung on the life of Joe Bugner, the former heavyweight champion, passing away aged 75. The Hungarian-born boxer settled on the Gold Coast and was dubbed Aussie Joe. On 9, Australian boxing great Jeff Fennick says Joe will be remembered fondly.
He fought Muhammad Ali during that great era, and I was blessed that he made a comeback and came to the gym with Johnny Lewis, and I was in his corner for a couple of fights and watched him train, and a remarkable man.
Drug kingpin Tony Mockbell is a step closer to quashing his remaining convictions, with his long-awaited appeal hearing starting today. The former underworld figure is expected to appear in the Court of Appeal in person. And teacher burnout has reached a record high. Deakin Uni has found educators need time off work at rates of up to 40% higher than the average working population. SEN Sport is next. Young Cats player Lawson Humphries is looking forward to the qualifying final against Brisbane on Friday night. The 22-year-old telling SEN finals footy is vastly different to the home and away rounds.
Pressure's on. I feel like you don't have as much time with the ball. That's probably the beauty of it. Like, you're going to see probably more mistakes, but you also see a lot of really good efforts and intensity. And
live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. We've been live at Caulfield. We are live at Caulfield this morning. The set of trials on the heat track has just finished up, and it's been applauded by the industry here in Victoria, especially. A host of the bigger stables arrived this morning at Caulfield to trial these horses. The racing manager of the MRC, Josh Rodder, joins me. G'day, Josh.
Good morning, Gareth, and thanks for having me on.
It was successful. Obviously, the trainers, like this heat track, it was built for a purpose, and I guess the MRC have used this opportunity as well when there were participants, especially towards the back end of last season, crying out for some proper grass to work these horses. And your club now will be able to host a host of trials. I think, how many trials?
So we're MRC will host 15 sets of official trials across Sandown and Caulfield.
Yeah.
So we'll have 2 at Sandown. There's a date in January and a date in April. The other 13 will be here at Caulfield. I mean, people quickly forget this was one of the best training centres in Australia before it closed. So we still have, probably more race meetings with the Heath coming on board, but there's ample opportunity. We've hardly used the Heath this winter. It's in great order. Yes, it looks yellow. It's just gone for a little nap, but underfoot, great. Everyone reported really well. I remember when I started working in the media, it was about 93, I started at the Truth newspaper. You're probably too young, Gareth.
Yes, it was a little bit, but I've heard a lot about the Truth newspaper.
Yeah, often not good, but its form guide was elite. And I put together the form guide there, and with a great team. But we used to have to go to all the official trials, write them all down, go back, whack them in a computer. One of those old school computers, you're punching the keys, the green flashing lights. And they were trialling at Sandown, Caulfield, Moonee Valley, Flemington. Jump outs weren't the beast they were back in those days because the prize money wasn't big. So you often didn't want to show them up.
Yes.
So they galloped. And occasionally official trials, especially with 2-year-olds, but there was official trials all across the state.
Yeah.
And jumps racing trials. So obviously with jump outs turning to the beast they are, colours, cameras, vision, all the details there. The official trials just came back a slot, and we're obviously using these metro tracks for a lot more racing. So there wasn't the opportunity. So it's really good that the MRC has been able to step up and help these trainers prepare their horses for their races.
You were right too, because you've been obviously here at Caulfield when Treasure of the Moment was preparing for her first up assignment. You gave us a wonderful push there last week before the Memsey Stakes, and I reckon she would have nearly exceeded your expectations as well after what you saw there Saturday.
I couldn't believe watching coming to the turn when Mr. Brightside was under pressure and she was just trucking up inside him with so much to give. I was just closed my eyes to hope Damien would get through that gap, but didn't she? She covers the ground so easily. She's so light on her feet, and I think that's why she's such a great Caulfield horse. Caulfield's a busy track. You're up, you're down, you're turning. You've got to be light on your feet, agile, and she is that.
Yeah, and I think the most exciting part about her, and as Seamus Mills pointed out earlier on this morning, is that I can't recall. It's one of the most difficult assignments in racing to have fillies, good 3-year-old fillies, take the next step to open class, and it's just one out of the box this season with Autumn Glow. My male is she worked a house down again in Sydney. Lady Shenandoah will go around in the Concord on Saturday. Aliana came back and Treasure the Moment. It's quite extraordinary when you think about it.
And racing needs these horses from their 3-year-olds to go through, and hopefully, I know you've got to protect their career with, various Group 1 wins. But you'd love them to clash, wouldn't you, at some stage?
Well, I think they might, I reckon, in the Mackay Diva. I know that Yulong, I know they had their plans for her, and I think it changed a little bit after Saturday because Mr. Zhang, which is understandable, doesn't want them to clash, or Via Sistina and Treasure the Moment to clash. Now, they might clash in a Cox Plate, but whether they clash before that, time will tell, and they still haven't made that decision yet.
But how good would that be to get to the Valley for the Valley's last ever Cox Plate as we know it?
With Aliana.
With picket fences, next to all these fillies' names. It'd be pretty exciting for racing, wouldn't it?
But there is talk that your club might be the beneficiary of them not clashing and she heads to a Caulfield Cup.
Yeah.
I don't know, is she too brilliant for a Caulfield Cup?
I'd love to see her in a Caulfield Cup, and she might be too good, but it's what it could take away from the Caulfield Cup from her. But, maybe they'll, Treasure might come to the Might and Power.
Yes.
You know, small field, 2,000 metres at a track she loves, 2 weeks out from the Cox Plate.
Yeah.
I remember the first Cox Plate I went to was Surface Paradise. I went with my father and my brother, and we were right up the top of the stand, sitting on that concrete gap between the roof and the concrete slab. And I can remember when all the old calls started with Bill Collins, and you could just feel the stand just rumbling. And then the race, obviously, the whole place was shaking. How's it going to shake this year?
Because when you have a think about that Cox Plate, so you might have a few international horses there. I know Trinity College has arrived for Chris Waller for year long. This horse was really good. When I was at Ballydoyle, Aidan O'Brien was singing its praises, and they've done the deal, so it's here now. But I don't think that they say that might have one run this spring and then put out for the autumn. But still, if you have those 4-year-old mares taking on the Queen, it's going to be some race.
And maybe a 3-year-old can step up.
Yeah.
You know, you've always got to look out for that. But it's very exciting for racing as these rivalries build. That's what racing needs.
I wanted to ask you this question. I can't recall a better performance by a 4-year-old first up since So You Think in a Memsie in 2010.
Yeah, you're probably right. I'd have to...
Because he was so good in the Memsie, but he won a Cox Plate before that, didn't he?
Yeah, he did as a 3-year-old, so you knew what we were getting. It's probably the most difficult transition.
Yes.
You know, especially fillies, own age, gender, running against, in Oaks classic races like that, and then having to step up. And we're not talking about any Memsie. I mean...
No, it's one of the best Memsie,
And it was high pressure, wasn't it, from the start?
Which surprised a few.
Yeah, pinstripes set alight. There were some really good runs in it. Obviously, truly run race. The form will hold up. Antino had to do a bit of work out wide and in a high pressure race. It'd be interesting to see where he goes next, but I think the form will definitely hold up. And Mackay Stakes on September 13 will be an exciting race, won't it?
Can't wait for the carnival. I can't recall a carnival that I'm looking forward to more than this spring. Both in Melbourne and Sydney, it's going to be something else. And this Everest with Karting Rising as well. And it's going to be one of the great days, Caulfield Cup Day and Everest Day.
We've got a great day before that.
Yeah, the SEN track, Underwood Stakes Day.
Yeah.
The Taggart.
I connected with David on air Saturday morning.
Yeah.
And it was great to connect with David again. I know he's very moved by the tribute to he and his father Les.
Yeah.
He gave so much to the industry. I was just over around there to the left.
Yes.
In these winners' rooms. There's a photo up there, a Star Shower winning the Blue Diamond.
Yeah.
Who
he was
Les
in
was part of the syndicate that won that. So that's a Blue Diamond in the 70s. That's how long the Taggart name's been. At Caulfield, so really looking forward to that day. Of course, the Underwood Stakes, one of our oldest races, and the Naturalism, a ticket into the Caulfield Cup. If the Heatherly and that benchmark 2,000 metre race on Saturday are anything to go by, the Naturalism
it's going to be a beauty.
Strong.
Hey, that Caulfield Cup Buckaroo, I think Moya that goes around on Saturday, she'll be here as well. It's and like Vorben will come down. I don't know if Sir Delius, I reckon they'll bypass the Caulfield Cup and go down the Turnbull path towards the Melbourne Cup.
And the Rupert Clark, it's great to see Sepples, Cliff Brown with another good horse. Those colours. Growing up with those colours, Tamper Lane, Cheviot, Markham.
That's her Rupert Clark. They've got that right, haven't they? Moving it back to where it belongs before the Toorak.
Capacity field. And I'm still a fan of those. I know everyone loves, weight for age racing and set weights, but those old school handicaps where you've got to put your thinking cap on and really do the form. You can get a horse like Sepples that's going to get in with a really good handicap. And they're exciting races for a punter to do form on, and obviously, exciting races to have a bet into.
And it's an art too for participants and trainers to work out a plan how you get there and not get there too quickly where you got too much weight and you do like Sepples did and you get there and you get 50 on its back or around that anyway. And Ethan Brown, he was devastated because Craig Williams was straight on the phone and he's picked up the ride on Sepples because Ethan couldn't make the weight. But that's handicap racing. And Tuvalu trialled well today. He might go down that path first up.
Yeah.
Miss Rubini was very good, who was second, of course, on Saturday. So she'll probably go down that path as well.
Talking about Craig Williams, the 1400 at Caulfield, I was having a look through his stats. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
How many Memsies, Rupert Clarks, CF4s, that he's won here. And even his father, Alan, trained a winner of a Rupert Clark, Black Rouge.
Yeah.
And, the Williams family name is synonymous with the 1400 here at Caulfield.
This Moya Stakes field's out. Rothfire, Midwest, Payline, so a couple of Queenslanders there. Golden Boom, another one. Sir Sway, that was second in a Goodwood. Barrack Hill's the favourite. Oak Hill, Arabian Summer, Skybirds back, Alabama Lass, the Kiwi, Neons, and Ashes the Emergency. So she should get a start. She's the first emergency. That's exciting. Johnny McArdle said that his great mate Shane Nichols worked her on the course proper in the early hours of this morning. She worked nicely, but
she's fast.
She is fast.
I don't know if anyone's gone to check out her Mornington jump out on mrc.racing.com. It was last week on the course proper. And she was, wing on every hoof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's exciting to see a lightly raced galloper have a crack at a race like the
Have we heard where my Gladiola's going? Heat 6. Really liked her.
Yes, she's going to Flemington
for
Johnny McArdle, so she'll go Saturday week, and then she's going to go down the Cornwall path.
How good are the Mornington trainers?
They're flying. I asked him that. He goes, it's tough to have braking rights there these days.
I know, yeah.
And we're hoping to see Tom Kitten here, but he's jumping out at Mornington tomorrow.
Yeah, in Heat 1.
Yep.
So,
might have to send you down and do
certainly Mornington proud at the moment.
Yes.
Mornington's always punched above its weight. There's
has.
always been a good horse in work at Mornington, but we've got some really gifted horsemen, horse trainers, horsemen and women out there at the moment, and they've all got nice horses. Cliff Brown, Matt Laurie, John McArdle, Shane Nichols. It's fantastic to see.
So Tom Kitten will have a jump out tomorrow. Then they'll probably go down the Mackay Diva path, or they can go to Sydney for the 7 Stakes, which is 1,400, and then on the way to the King Charles, or they could go to the Turnbull Stakes or something like that, and then go to the Cox Plate. So it's not ideal to see what happened there on the weekend, but you saw Sepples, you can overcome it early on in your preparation anyway. Hey mate, we appreciate your time. What's the news for Sandown tomorrow? What can we expect?
So we're at Tate Griffin, the track manager, put out a track report this morning. So we're hillside rail out, I think it's out in the 9 metre position.
Perfect.
On a soft 5. I don't think there's a lot of rain around. When they do get out to this sort of area of the hillside, they do tend to get away from the inside. It's a track that jockeys on the turn like to balance their horses up, get out wide and let go. But it's done an amazing job. When you think about it, we've raced every single Wednesday nearly through the winter months, and it just keeps
We'd be buggered without it, wouldn't we?
Yeah, wagering's going fantastic. So it's a credit to the whole track team here. Sam Bennett's at Caulfield, Tate Griffin out at Sandown, and the boys at Mornington, Michael Suey and Kane Campbell. We're about to come back at Mornington this Friday.
Okay.
So it's our racing return. We'll be announcing our Les Obrium champion for 24-25, which is Matt Laurie for a 3rd time. It's an award they all want to win. They get one of Les's famous stopwatches. So that'll be announced on Friday, and we've got a really nice card of racing. So be good to welcome back Mornington.
You're a bloody star, Josh. We appreciate you having us here this morning. Great fun. Looking forward to these trials and more of these trials.
We're back October 2nd, the Magic Millions 2-year-old trials here. We'll also have a group trial that morning. Last year we had a group trial for horses heading towards those sprint races later in spring. So we'll see you there on October 2nd.
Beautiful, mate. Before that, we'll be here for the SEN Track Underwood Stakes Day. Good on you, mate.
Happy racing.
There's Josh Rodder, the racing manager at the MRC. We'll take a break. We'll come back. I think Adam Plenko's not far away in the midweek masterclass as well.
Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival. Grab your pre-sale tickets from just $30 at Ticketek.
Live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. On Giddy Up, it's now time for the Midweek Masterclass.
We'll see if we can find a few winners ahead of tomorrow's Metropolitan meetings right across the country. Mitchy Lewis has sent through his tips for that meeting at Sandown. We just heard a track update there from Josh Rodder, so we'll be on a soft track, but it should play perfectly, you would imagine. And Mitchy Lewis likes race 5, number 10, Sunsetting. He says, feel she's better suited to the 1,000-metre trip now. Well supported early and can see her getting a touch shorter, so that's race 5, number 10. And race 6, number 3, Deep Pleasure Each Way, resumed in winning form, looks to have good upside and rising in trip will suit. It's an open race, but enough value there to be interested in an each way play. So that's race 6, number 3, Deep Pleasure. And From the Block looks tough to beat, race 8, number 8, according to Mitchy Boy, who's been on 5 recent times. Slightly easier race than last start, maps for a soft run and suited back and trip. 2 from 2 on heavy, but still feel his better form will be on better ground. So that's Mitchy with From the Block, race 8, number 8. So race 5, number 10, race 6, number 3, and race 8, number 8. And only the one play at the moment for that meeting at Morphettville on a Wednesday. A rare meeting at Morphettville on a Wednesday on the Parks track. He likes race 7, number 3, Break the Taboo. It was well supported last Wednesday, but was scratched. So beat that good horse, Anthracite. They're 2 starts back, which looks for the right form line. Expect he will get supported again. Looking for around $3 when those markets open a little later this afternoon. They're racing at Warwick Farm on a Wednesday afternoon at the moment. We're on a soft 5. The rail's out 1,000 metres to the winning post and 3 for the remainder. And Mark Roden joins us. G'day, Mark.
G'day, Gareth. How are you?
Good, thank you, mate. 7 races. But these race meetings are always interesting midweek with the carnival in full swing now.
It is, yeah. The quality just increases a little, and that looks to be the case tomorrow, yeah.
What do we make from this car regarding a few early plays here?
Yeah, it's most of the favourites, I have to say, are pretty well found. I haven't found any value at the shorter end of the market, so I'll just go a little bit wider in the market in the last couple of races. Starting in race 6, a pretty average benchmark, 72 over 2,200. Just looks like John Sargent's hatched a little plan with number 5, Kodo de Casa here. Ran it in the 1,800-metre midway on Saturday, and it's backing it up 4 days later. Its run was fine on Saturday. That was a reasonably strong midway for that sort of middle distance range. Horse closed off nicely. 4-day backup, taking the claim for Molly Burke. It settled midfield on Saturday. I'm pretty sure it'll be going forward with the apprentice on tomorrow. And at around $6, I think it represents better value than most of the others in the market.
Beautiful. So that's race 6, number 6. And what else have you got for us, mate?
On to the last race. This is an interesting race. We've got Peloton, who started short price favourite in the Rosebud first up, coming out on the Wednesday. That's interesting. So I can see why it's favourite, but I've got a liking for number 3, Shervington, who won quite well at Wyong first up, beat a horse called Johnny, who came out and was narrowly beaten by the McAvoy horse Pre-Star last Wednesday at Kensington, and that race rated really well with me. So I quite like that form line. Obviously, Peloton is going to be hard to beat. Shalar Gold with J-Mac on is going to be in the race. But we're getting double or better the price. Shervington, going to get a soft run from 1. Need a touch of luck. But, yeah, just think it's a bit of value.
Yeah, for Bjorn Baker and Dylan Gibbons. So Shervington, that's race 7, number 3. Peloton will be an interesting runner, but I think he was disappointing there the other day. That's why they're going to the midweeks here with him. So he is a fascinating runner because he did have big raps on him.
He did. He's never really set anything alight ratings-wise. He trialled well before his first up run. I think Tommy Berry sort of was keen for something else to lead the other day, and that put him in an awkward spot, and he had to go back to the fence. So if you're looking for excuses, that's it. But, yeah, maybe he's not as good as they think or thought he was.
Good on you, mate. What'd you make of Saturday? Raging Force is pretty good. Woden was pretty good. Yep. Biwak was good as well.
Pretty good. Yeah, there were some messy races. That was terrible in the up-and-coming stakes. That was a real mess. But some good performances. And, look, Treasure at the Moment was the highlight after in Melbourne.
Yeah, she's going to be. Which horse are you with? VCC and Aliana or Treasure of the Moment?
Oh, geez, nice problem to have, isn't it?
Yeah.
VS16 is a good age now. you see on the way down and treasure the moment, the rising star.
Yeah.
I'd have to think about it more to pick one over the other, though.
All right, mate. Good on you. Thanks for that, brother. We'll talk to you next week, but good luck at Warwick Farm tomorrow. Always great to catch up with Mark Roden. Thanks to Racing Queensland. Check out where Racing Queensland is racing today at racingqueensland.com.au. The Moyers Stakes is full of Queenslanders. Rothfire, Payline and Golden Boom. As I say hello to you, Chris Nelson.
Yeah, we're taking over, Gareth.
You are.
One of these days we'd take over and... you look out for all those Queenslanders who, as we know, when they winter in Queensland, they generally come back better horses down south in the spring. We see it year after year. I think we had the Melbourne Cup last year. We had the Everest winner last year. So there you go. Keep it in mind.
1,000 metres too short for Rothfire?
Oh, you never know with Rothfire. Maybe. Yeah. I haven't had a good look at the opposition, but he did trial really well here at Doomben last Tuesday. He ran good time and he was way too good for them. So... yeah, it may be the case, but he won't be far away.
What do you make of Payline?
Oh, he's probably a bit below those. Look, he did run a good race. It was the Doomben 10,000, I think it was, where he flashed home. It was one of those major races up here. He flashed home and ran really well. And he was a little, he was a little bit unlucky not to finish closer. So, look, he's probably got to do it again and do it at a higher level. So I'd probably pass on him at this stage.
And the news breaking today, Benny Dorries, that Daniel Moore, that the Victorian hoop, based a long time at Singapore, will head to Queensland.
Another one. Yeah, it seems to be a lot of these hoops are heading to Queensland. I guess the lifestyle, it's the weather, of course, obviously, that a lot of people head this way. Of course, we've had Ryan Maloney and Ben Thompson in recent years, and they've done really well. And I'm trying to think of, there was another guy who came up from Melbourne a while ago. I haven't seen him riding for ages. Vlad Juric. I don't know what's happened to Vlad Juric.
Okay.
I'm going to find that out. But he was going really well up here, and then he went back to Melbourne. Then he came back, and then he's disappeared. So I'll have to put in a call and find out where he's gone. But yeah, it's they see the light, Gareth. I know that you'll see it one of these days.
Yeah, well, it does make sense for Daniel Moore, a jockey like Daniel, because he gets a few city rides, but even like a jockey like Geordie Childs, he'll ride Nuance in the Group 1 Moy Stakes, but he stayed at home on Saturday because of the depth of the jockey's room in Melbourne. He didn't have a ride last Saturday at Caulfield. So jockeys like Geordie and Daniel Moore, they'd go to Queensland and get a full book and ride consistently on a Saturday. So,
and
it does make sense.
The workload. Yeah, and the workload's not as strong as in Melbourne, etc., where you've got meetings every day of the week. We do have a couple of days here, generally a Monday at least, where we don't have any meetings. So a bit of a rest, and they don't have to ride at every meeting as well.
No. Ipswich on a Wednesday. Can you help us back a winner there, Chriso?
I can. I'm going to stick with the strength. Tony Gollan, of course, is having a great start to the new season, and I think he continues that on tomorrow at Ipswich. The weather will be fine. The track will be good. Race 5, number 9, Surprise Honey. She's had the 2 runs this time in. She ran a good second at Eagle Farm first up, and then she went to Doomben in a Saturday grade race behind Bright Blonde. Now, she sat up on the speed there. She faced the breeze. I thought she fought on really well in a race where they did run along. So that effort to hold on was good. She was 1,000 to 1,200 second up, and she was 23 days between runs. Now she drops back to 1,100 metres. She's fitter. She gets Ange Jones to ride from a good draw, and it's an easier race. So a lot to like about Surprise Honey. That's race 5, number 9. And the Golden Camp, again, as I mentioned, I really like this mare. Race 7, number 10, Zufani. We tipped her last start. She got out to $4.80. She looked as though she might get run down late, but she dug deep when the pressure went on, and she was able to hold off Flying Shelley, who had the lovely run in behind her. She was game, and she was the same first up. She was really tough. Third up, she'll be even fitter. It's only her fourth start. Gate number 1, CJ Graham. She'll get the right run here, whether she leads or box seats. She's going to get a perfect trip. So Zufani, who is one of the best named horses in Queensland, as I say time and time again, from Hollaback Girl.
So hopefully markets will be out shortly there with Bet365.
Yep. I don't expect any great odds, but I would certainly expect black figures for both.
Beautiful, mate. Love your work. We appreciate you as always.
Chat tomorrow. Look forward to it.
There's Chris Nelson. Thanks to Racing Queensland. We'll take the news. It's right on 10:31. We'll come back with plenty more straight after this.
Powered by Signet, making SEN News headlines. Humanitarian groups pleading for aid for areas of Afghanistan devastated by an earthquake. Drug kingpin Tony Mockbell is a step closer to quashing his remaining convictions with his long-awaited appeal hearing starting today. Teacher burnout has reached a record high. Deakin Uni has found educators need time off work at rates of up to 40% higher than the average working population. Primary school teachers feeling the most pressure. And after being acquired by a Canadian company, the Reject Shop is changing its name to Dollarama. Coming up, SEN Sport. Young Cats player Lawson Humphreys is looking forward to the qualifying final against Brisbane on Friday night. The 22-year-old telling SEN finals footy is vastly different to the home and away rounds.
Pressure's on. I feel like you don't have as much time with the ball. That's probably the beauty of it. Like, you're going to see probably more mistakes, but you also see a lot of really good efforts and intensity. And
Experience the SEN Track Deck Saturday, September 20 at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. Tickets $75 at Ticketek.
Live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
His cue, battling away Dara Linen, then Tower of Tuscany, but Anthracite hit the lead. Tower of Tuscany's giving chase 3 lengths away. Anthracite is clear though. This is a very, very nice horse. Anthracite's coming clear. Oh, they're going to have some fun with him. Tower of Tuscany 2 lengths away second.
Yeah, he is a good horse, isn't he, Anthracite? That was 3 starts and 2 victories there on Saturday, and he's a horse going places. And looking forward to seeing what he can do next. Of course, we're about to be joined here on Giddy Up by his trainer and Gary Boyce, of course, at Murray Bridge. And Gary will kick off the Bet365 Country Racing Hour, because it's never ordinary when it's brought to you by Bet365. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. Gary, thanks for your time here on Giddy Up, mate. Congratulations there on Saturday. Boys, exciting, your horse.
yeah, thank you. Yeah, he's a pretty exciting horse going forward. It's always nice to have a horse like this pretty early in your career.
So how long have you been training for?
I reckon about 3 years or so now I've had my trainer's licence. And yeah, he's easily the best horse that I've got or had anything to do with.
So tell us about your journey into the trainer's caper.
Started off with Johnny Hickmott in Murray Bridge, and then moved over to Michael Hickmott, and ended up being a foreman there for him. Learned a fair bit there, and then ended up going over to Matt Sayers and learned a fair bit about the young ones, and he was doing a fair bit of pre-training at the time, so learned a fair bit there, and yeah, kind of moved out onto my own, and yeah, now stabled in with Mick Huxtable.
So how many horses you got in work?
Got 9 in and 3 at pre-training at the moment.
So that's a good number anyway, starting off your training career, or 3 years in anyway. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's just building nice and slow, and yeah, I've got a really good group of owners that keep supporting me every time I purchase one.
So what's the story behind Anthracite? He's a 5-year-old by Mongolian Khan, but that was only his 3rd start there on Saturday.
Yeah, so Tanya, who's kind of managing for the couple of owners that are in the horse, she's done a lot of work with him previously, just getting him mentally tough and doing a fair bit of base work with him. So she called me probably 3 months ago asking if I could take a few on for pre-training, and he was one of them, and yeah, now he's stayed on. So yeah, really couldn't be happy with him. He's had no issues leading up to it or anything, just probably wasn't mentally there, and yeah, now he's definitely there.
So that's just proof in the pudding that sometimes you just got to give horses time and more of an opportunity to get to their best and show what they can do. And this fella's, the owners have had to be patient in a way, haven't they?
They definitely have, and it's just a credit to them, really. Staying patient with the horse. I know it's annoying sometimes, but patience is free, and it always seems to pay off.
So you were pre-training this fellow. I guess he was showing you signs, and you didn't want to let him out of your sight.
Definitely, yeah. He, well, as soon as he kind of stepped foot on the place, and we had him on the treadmill and did a bit of work with him there, and just from his first gallop, he really showed a fair amount, and he just improves every week that we have him.
He never looked like getting beat there on Saturday. That was his second run at a mile. He's by Mongolian Khan. So what's his aim and what trip do you think will be his best later down the path?
He'll definitely get further than 2,000, I believe. He's just, we're just taking him through his grades, really, and just keep trying to pick up checks for the owners, placing him well and, getting good results. So he'll probably step up to the 1,800 in Saturday week, back on the big track at Morphettville. And I think he'd be extremely hard to beat in that.
What do you think his level will be?
Kind of interesting, really. I do think he is a stakes horse in time, but just getting really seasoned before we ask him for that kind of effort. But it will be interesting to see how far this bloke goes, I believe.
And every trainer starting off needs a good horse to kick them along, and you've been able to find him, it looks like, mate.
Yeah, definitely. It's massive credit just goes to everyone that was involved with him before he came in, and Hazel, she's our number one track rider. She always rides the horse, everyone's just putting a lot of work behind the scenes to get him to where he is now.
Now I think you go to Morphettville tomorrow, Las Vegas Girl. You take to the races. New horse to your stable. First up, what can you expect there with this 7-year-old by Winning Rupert?
Yeah, so I thought her run the other day at Murray Bridge was pretty good. She had nowhere to go, really. She was, kind of running up the butts of a fair few horses there, and kind of couldn't really let her go. So hopefully tomorrow they might span a bit more and she'll be able to have a crack at him. But I think the horse has an okay ability. She's got a few barrier problems that we've seen to manage to get on top of, but that's her biggest downfall.
I remember her competing around the Canberra region, I reckon. She ran a few times there or just outside of the ACT in New South Wales. So did you purchase her with your stable clients or was she sent to you?
Same manager of Anthracite, Tanya, she brought her. That's Tanya owns her. She didn't pay very much for her because of her barrier problems, but does look like she's got a little bit of ability there, which hopefully we can see a bit of tomorrow.
Well, it's great to catch up with you, Gary, and talk to you for the first time. Anthracite is some horse, and it's great to see him doing what he's doing in the early part of his career. I love the way that he can quicken and just travel into his races like he did there on Saturday, mate. So you found a good one. We wish you the best of luck, and no doubt we'll be talking to you again, mate.
Thank you so much for your time today.
Good on you. There's Gary Boyce, the trainer of Anthracite, who just keeps on winning 3 starts for 2 victories. A 5-year-old by Mongolian Khan, and he's definitely going places for that young trainer, Gary Boyce. This is the Bet365 Country Racing Hour here on Giddy Up. Thanks for your company on RSN and SEN Track. 0499 736 736, 0499 736 736 to join our company. We'll talk some greyhound racing next because Bradley Greeno, Victorian-based greyhound trainer, lived his dream there on Saturday night. He's got a bright future. Obviously, he's from a famous greyhound family, the Greenos, but he took out the Group 1 National Championship down the straight there in Brisbane on Saturday night at the new greyhound complex at the Q Parkland. So Bradley Greeno will join us next here on Giddy Up.
Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival. Grab your pre-sale tickets from just $30 at Ticketek.
Live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
There's the green light. National Straight Track Final. Racing now, Darcy Dakota out wide, began well, showing speed. There was Serial Sticker Wicked out there on its own. Up Andy was Mile a Minute, followed by Gets Laid Early, Imperial Sash and Serial Sticker. Mile a Minute maybe in front. Out wide was Darcy Dakota, then Serial Sticker. Mile a Minute in front. It's back to back for Mile a Minute. Mile a Minute beat Serial Sticker, Darcy Dakota.
So Mile a Minute down the straight, taking out the national championship at the Q Parklands on Saturday night. It was another victory for the Victorian trained greyhounds at that big night of greyhound racing there in Queensland, and the young gun Bradley Greeno prepared the winner of that Group 1, and he joins us now. G'day, Brad. Well done, mate. It was an exciting night.
How you going, Gareth? It was a
mate.
terrific night, mate. It was fantastic. Look, the trip really couldn't have gone any better for us.
Yeah, so Mile a Minute down the straight, obviously it's a little bit different than going around a bend, but he's been a proven straight dog, and it must have been a big thrill to head to Queensland and take out that Group 1 final.
Yeah, mate. Look, it was. It was nice going on a trip with him. He travels really well. He's a superb dog, and obviously, he loves the straight, doesn't he? So it all went well.
And it's a great opportunity to give dogs an opportunity to win these type of races by allowing them to compete more down the straight, because some dogs just can't go around bends or don't perform as well.
Look, essentially, it's not that he can't run a time around a bend, but he seems to begin a lot better going up a straight. So, the decision was pretty easy for us. The money's fairly good in the straight racing nowadays, and with the Hillsville Cup coming up and then into the Capella Bar Cup, if you can knock over one of those, mate, it'd be pretty special.
So tell us about that night, because it was something a little bit different. Obviously, the Parklands is that new complex that was built by the Brisbane Greyhound Racing Club and Racing Queensland. They spent up to $80 million on that facility, but there's 3 tracks at that venue, and for the first time you could have a Nationals where you could watch every national final there, because there was 3 tracks in operation on the one night.
That's it. Look, I know they copped a lot of criticism early days for that track, but in my honest opinion, I thought all three tracks were superb. I thought the facilities were top notch, and I thought, the way it was run was terrific. It was a great night, a fantastic night.
And the tracks played pretty well.
Yeah. Look, I think for the straight track, I think a lot of criticism's been had on how wide it is. Mm-hmm. I think it's superb, mate. I think for eight dog races, I think dogs get the room that they need to really show their full ability. And I think the best dog wins, mate, because you don't have the interference of the other dogs coming and crashing you, and it's just a safe track, and I loved it.
Yeah, and they got the surface right now. Obviously, they had problems before the Brisbane Cup, but the way that the tracks have been designed, and we had a chat to Jason Thompson about this as well, is that you don't see dogs getting interfered with, which is great for not only for the safety of the dog, for the trainers who are preparing these greyhounds, but also for the punters if they're not getting interfered with.
Exactly right. Look, I think it's a win-win for everyone. Now that they got the surface right, it's all green lights, mate. It's all ticks. It's in my book.
How are you enjoying this training caper, mate? Obviously, you come from a great family with your grandparents, Jack and Cal, who have been Hall of Fame trainers throughout their illustrious career, but now you've been given the keys. You enjoying it?
I'm loving it, mate. Every day is, it's like I'm living my dream. So I think I'm, for me to continue on in, their business and the success that they've had, I think, obviously I owe everything to them. And, it's just been, it's been fantastic with me and my partner, Elise. Yeah, we've just been really enjoying it, mate. It's been fantastic.
Another Welshie's fast in the kennels. Can you find one of those?
I hope so, mate. They're not hard to come by. They're hard to come by, unfortunately, but maybe one day. Jeez, there's some big shoes to fill, mate.
Are you looking forward to the rest of the season? Obviously, it gets pretty busy. We've got the straight racing with the Hillsville Cup, but you've got Adelaide Cups, $1 million chases, and then the Victorian Carnival rolls on with the Top Gun, the Melbourne Cup Carnival, and then the Phoenix. How many dogs there that we need to be keeping an eye out on?
Look, I've probably only got the one, which is Saquon at the minute, but he's a little bit down on form. So, look, hopefully we can ripen him up when the time comes, and hopefully he's all good to go. But yeah, look, mate, it's an exciting time of year. It's my favourite time of year, and I can't wait to get into it.
Any winners for us, mate?
Any winners? Geez, except for Mile a Minute. I don't know, mate. The kennel's full of young dogs that are up and comers at the moment, so I can't really give too much away.
All right, then. Well, let us know. Mile a Minute, too good there on Saturday night to take out the National Straight Track Final. So, job well done, mate. You should be super proud, and we'll catch up with you later on.
Too easy, mate. Take care.
He's a star-bred Greeno doing a wonderful job there with his team of young greyhounds, but he's been able to get a few stars in the early part of his career, including a dog like a Mile a Minute. Time for a break. This is the Bet365 Country Racing Hour on Giddy Up on this Tuesday. Straight after the break, we'll have the news, and then we'll have bag of tips today. So Michael Kent Jr. will join us. Sam Lyons will go through his best bets there at Benalla. We'll catch up with Paul Massara as well. He's got some nice chances at Scone this afternoon. So still plenty more to come here on Giddy Up on this Tuesday morning.
Experience the SEN Track Deck Saturday, September 20 at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. Tickets $75 at Ticketek.
Live on RSN and SEN Track, this is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Great to have your company wherever you may be listening on your local RSN dial or the SEN Track or your SEN Track dial, also on the SEN app. So if you go to the SEN app now, you can get the RSN app on the SEN app now, if you know what I mean. So that is exciting. We had some trials in Sydney today. Airman was very good. Jolly Star worked nicely for James McDonald. So she is on an Everest path. I would imagine she will get a slot with Chris Waller at the moment. So she finished third in that trial behind Airman, who was entered for Moonee Valley, but he won't be going there. Sydney Boulder got the job done, a promising galloper with plenty of ability for the O'Shea and Charlton camp. He won his trial, but Tempted was very good, having its trial there for the Kira Marr camp, James McDonald Road. So if she can get up nice and early, Tempted, or she might have another trial, but she could be a possibility for the slot there for Godolphin for the Everest Tempted. Other horses that trialled nicely there at Randwick today. State Visit was very good. The Coolmore Galloper that looks like it'll be heading to Melbourne for the Caulfield Guineas. It was impressive at the trials. Straight Acer was interesting for Joe Pride. Who were the other trials that caught our eye? Federalist was another one in the Bob Peters colours out of Acadia Queen. They say he could be Caulfield Guineas horse, Federalist. Finished second behind Shangri-La Boy there in race or heat number 7 there at Randwick. We'll take the news. It's right on 11 o'clock. Then get your pens ready. We'll see if we can find you a few winners with bag of tips as we go right across the country catching up with our experts.
Powered by Signet. Hello there, I'm Nath Gardner with SEN News. To Victoria first, where neo-Nazi Thomas Sewell has crashed a news conference being held by Premier Jacinta Allen. She was addressing media outdoors when Mr Sewell, who was among protesters during the weekend's March for Australia rally, interrupted with claims the state government is restricting protests.
Why don't Australians have the right to protest? Why do you want to ban us for protesting? Shouldn't we have the right to speak in our own country, you coward? Have your goons attacked me? You're a coward. And we're going to take this country back from politicians like you.
PBS-listed drugs are a step closer to being cheaper, with the Senate passing the Cheaper Medicines Bill, with listed prescriptions capped at $25, while pensioners and concession card holders will have prices locked at $7.70 until 2030. The changes kick in from the first day of 2026. A survey has found teachers are experiencing stress so bad they need time off at rates of up to 40% higher than the average working population. The issue is even worse in primary schools. The federal government is looking to expand cyber safety laws to ban apps which help predators create fake nude images. And more Australians are buying illegal vapes to get their nicotine fix. Just 8,000 e-cigarettes are being bought through pharmacies each month, according to figures obtained by News Corp. Coming up, sen.com.au sport. Alex de Minaur has cruised through to the quarterfinals of the US Open, where he'll take on Canada's Felix Auger-Aliassime. The Aussie says he wants to be mixing it with the best as he prepares for his 6th Grand Slam quarterfinal.
Super proud of what I'm doing, and ultimately this is where I want to be. I want to be playing for the big titles. I want to be in contention.
Experience the SEN Track Deck Saturday, September 20 at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. Tickets $75 at Ticketek.
Live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. The Giddy Up bag of tips for Oz Equipment Rentals. Supplying equipment to the construction, mining and roadworks industries. OzEquipment.com.
Time to find you a few winners thanks to Oz Equipment Rentals. Bag of tips thanks to Oz Equipment Rentals, and of course the number one pub in the Mallee, the Ultimate Hotel. And with Bet365 Top Tote Plus, you'll get the best payout across all three national totes. What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. Michael Kent Jr. joins us. Sam Lyons isn't far away from racing.com, but Michael Kent Jr. and Mick Price have got some strong chances engaged at Benalla this afternoon. We're on a soft 7, the rails out 3 metres from the 800 to the 400 and true for the remainder. But it's always great to catch up with Michael Kent Jr. He's with us now. Hello to you, Michael.
Morning, Gareth. How
busy
you going?
Day? Good, thank you, mate. It's been a busy day for the stable. We caught up with Mick a little earlier. He said, don't worry about asking me about these horses at Benalla. Wait for Michael to come on the line.
Yeah, no, it has been a busy day. We had grass gallops at 4 o'clock, and then at 5 o'clock, Mick jumped in his car and went to Caulfield Trials, and I jumped in my car and went to Moonee Valley Gallops, and now we're back talking to you and doing race fields for the weekend. So that's lots going on.
Divine Empress has been well supported, makes its debut. What can you tell us about this filly by Ole Kirk?
Yeah, well, I think that's the key. She's by this stallion Ole Kirk, who's doing everything right. At the start of his career. She's a slight filly. I think it's important that she's trialled on a soft track and was taken off the bridle and was strong late. The Frankel filly, trained by Mark Walker, looks awfully hard to beat. I think she's a nice each-way chance now the race has fallen away.
Beautiful. Will she handle a soft track?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think she got through it fine on a trial.
Okay,
off the bridle. Yep.
Then we move on to race number 5 on the program, and this horse looks mighty hard to beat. I think it's our Bet365 boost horse, and then that's Maximai in race number 5. What can you tell us there about Maximai?
Yeah, Macamay we say, and I think if that's got me worried if that's your best bet of the day.
No, not. I'm sorry. The best bet's race 7. I apologise.
Okay, cool. She's certainly needs things to go away today. She was playing last time, beaten 12 lengths. She needs to earn her spot on the side, so to speak. She's done everything right at home. She looks great. This young apprentice, Olivia East, I think she's very, very promising. She rides beyond her experience. She had 25 rides, 5 winners for us. She's apprentice to us, of course, and she's going to probably take her forward. And if the mare can relax in front, I think she'll run well.
And Dancy goes around. This is the horse that we're on. It's been well supported. OTI galloper. Do you expect this galloper to win today, this son of El Roca?
I couldn't be that confident on form. Certainly he's coming down in grade. He's third up. He's drawn a nice gate and gets the 3 kilo claim for Olivia East, who I just mentioned. But I just be cautious. He's not the most straightforward horse. He's got a couple little issues we have to deal with. So for that reason, I couldn't declare him.
All right, then. Should we have a bet today, Michael?
If it was my own money, I wouldn't. But I could find the punters a winner maybe tomorrow. We've got some nice chances around the country. I thought Ring True in Sydney would be worth an each-way bet. And 2 at Sandown tomorrow. I thought Engine of War is a nice horse first up. And Deep Pleasure, she's already stakes place. She won very impressively first up. And she's a mare going places. So I think, Engine of War and Deep Pleasure tomorrow would be nice chances.
Thanks for that, mate. We've got the blow and everything happening here at Caulfield today. Appreciate your time as always.
You're welcome. Thanks. Bye.
There's Michael Kent Jr. Sam Lyons from racing.com will be covering this Benalla meeting today. Hello, Sam.
How are you, mate? Great to be here on the new RSN debut.
Yes, how you been, mate? Obviously, there's been a few scratchings which has hurt this meeting a little bit at Benalla. So what have you come up with regarding your best bets?
Yeah, well, as you say, the scratchings have been significant. We're on that 7. It's first time since April that we've been here as well. So I do expect the ground to be relatively fresh at least. Look, the best bet, I think there's one you can lock in today, but it's going to be short and probably not really a punting proposition unless you want to add it into your multiples. But in race 4, lots to love in the 2100 metre maiden. That's the horse that should be winning today. You're getting at $1.45 early. That's the best will win today. But the probably couple bets I'm keen to have. Craig Weeding brings a really nice team to the races today. He's got 3 horses that look quite well placed through the quaddy leagues in 6, 7 and 8. But the 2 that I'm keen on, they bring a little bit of value. In race 6, Maiden Dubai, you're getting around that $6.50 mark at the moment. I think it's quite well placed. It should get a nice little trail in behind some good speed from Boulder Jack. It's down in class. It's got a little bit of weight, but off the back of that and off a good claim, I get the feeling this horse is ready to win, and it's not going to be too far away at an each way price, which you don't necessarily always get here on these sort of Tuesday meetings where most of these genuine winning chances are well found. So second up off the back of a reasonable run at Echuca and down in class with a 4 kilo claim Maiden Dubai is an each way play for me. And I think later in the day as well, there's another one, Craig Weeding in race 9. He brings Smart Poppy. Now, this is a 2-horse race in mine, Smart Poppy and Vagabond Hero. They both come from the Ballarat Synthetic, which isn't normally the go-to form, but both of them have been racing well, particularly Vagabond Hero, who's been a really strong winner its last couple, but it does get to this sort of a soft track for the first time, and that's going to be a little bit of a query on that horse, whereas a horse like Smart Poppy is down in class from some benchmark 70s here into this benchmark 62 and has been racing well behind Delivering Into You and some other handy enough types, and it does have soft track forms. I don't actually have a lot between those horses, but when Smart Poppy's $6 and Vagabond Hero is $2.25, I think it makes Smart Poppy a nice little each way play. So for me, Gareth, I like the 2 Craig Weeding horses at a little bit of value, and I think if you can have a bet today and you want to have a couple of multis, you can probably lock in lots of love. If you're getting around that $1.45 mark, I reckon you can add some juice to the rest of your punts across the day.
Beautiful, mate. What time does the coverage start on racing.com?
Well, first race, 1 o'clock. We're on air at 12:30, so you can tune in. It is Tuesdays with Terry, so it'll be the typical punching fest between myself and Tez across 9 races at Benalla. So I've brought the helmet. I brought a thick skin, which you need on a Tuesday, but they're always a lot of fun. I do look forward to the Tuesdays. He's good value to sit next to for a few hours. Always keeps you on your toes.
Well, you enjoy your afternoon. We appreciate you coming on. Giddy up.
No worries. Cheers, Gareth.
There's Sam Lyons there. We'll take a break on the other side of it. We'll go through our best bets there with Luco Vanessian from the Great Tip-Off at Scone especially today. Paul Massara will be our special guest as well.
Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival. Grab your pre-sale tickets from just $30 at Ticketek.
Live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Gareth Hall with you on this Tuesday morning. It's been great to be at Caulfield. We've caught up with a host of guests this morning. You can listen to those interviews if you missed them. Graham Begg. We had Seamus Mill, Mick Price, Troy Corsons joins us, Benny Hayes, Freddie Kersley, Ethan Brown. So just subscribe to Giddy Up with Gareth Hall with your local podcast subscriber to listen to those interviews this morning. We also caught up with Tommy Berry. The time to try and find you a winner today. It's Scone as part of Bag of Tips. And Paul Massara joins us. He's always hard to beat on his home track, and he's with us now. G'day, Paul. Thanks for your time, mate.
Morning, mate. How are you?
Good, thank you. What can you tell us about the Autumn King? Autumn King looks tough to beat in this maiden over 1,100 metres.
Yeah, they've definitely got him short enough in the market.
Yes.
He's a really nice horse, definitely progressive. It's first start, mate, is my only caveat today. You know, they can sometimes do a few things wrong, but he's trialled up nicely. Just had the 2 trials here locally, the last one kind of only a week ago. But we're getting to a stage where with all these wet tracks and everything that's going on in Sydney, there's a bit of a bottleneck trying to get horses to the races and to find maidens for them. So thought we'd kick him off today. And it's a tough enough little maiden. There's a horse of John O'Shea's in there that I know they fancy a lot, that's come up from Sydney, a young colt by Farnan. So it won't be a straightforward, just a kind of sit and steer job. There's something, definitely 1 or 2 to beat there, but he's definitely a progressive horse.
The story behind him?
He was bred at the farm, one of my favourite horses. Basically bought by a mate of mine and a bunch of mates, and so it's a great group of owners. So we're really excited to have a good one. Most of the time when you go into horses with your friends, they always turn out to be disasters. So it's nice that this one's good for a change. You do your best to try and find them a fast one, and all you do is it's almost counterintuitive. You might as well look for the slow ones. They seem to be the fast ones, and vice versa when it comes to putting friends in horses.
The Maurice Philly Social Circle was good on debut. She's had a bit of a break since then. She's well backed as well. So what's your expectations with her this afternoon?
I do think she'll be hard to beat today. It looks a field that is certainly winnable and beatable, I should say. And she's drawn wide, but I don't think that's a major problem at Scone. It's out of the chute and you're able to kind of just fall into a position you want to and turn the corner. Geometrically, you don't lose a lot of ground. So the the widest barrier, I don't think will be an issue for her. I think if she jumps cleanly and kind of tracks them and is able to peel off kind of at the 300, I think she'll be tough to hold out.
And the most popular horse in your stable, well, the biggest name is Dale. And obviously he's part owned by Matty Damon, the superstar actor. And Dale goes around in race number 6. He's been well supported once again. What's the message you're sending to Hollywood today?
Well, today we've stretched out his preparation a bit. Yeah. Hopefully Matt's going to come down at the end of the year. So I was trying to stretch him out so he's here to race when he turns up. But it's been a couple of weeks between runs. We have been on 2 heavy tracks, so I'm hopeful that on top of the ground today he'll go well. He's raced very, very genuinely his last 2, not winning, or he got beaten first up by a small margin, then won again by a small margin, but they're on tracks that he doesn't really appreciate. And today, listen, he's got 62 kilos, so he's giving away a lot in weight today. 4 or 5 kilos to the favourite. I think he's second favourite at the moment, or they're close abouts. But he'll run another honest, genuine race. I think he's looking for further. He's a horse that we want to get out to 2,000 metres, but just haven't had the opportunity to do that. So I think today, realistically, he's probably an each-way shot. I think he can be there around the mark. Hopeful that he runs up. He's very genuine and honest at this class, and I think once we get to 2,000 metres and on a dry track, we'll be going towards the midweeks.
Beautiful. And Matty will come and watch him later on in the year, you're telling us.
Well, hopefully. There's word that he might be coming to Australia later in the year, so it'd be nice to have the horse run while he's here, so he can attend the races and see the horse. And I don't think he's actually touched him in the flesh yet, so it'd be nice for him to have that opportunity.
And how's Autumn Glow? She was so good first up, and I think everybody's excited to see her at the races again shortly.
Yeah, she's in great order. Reports from Chris are that she's come through the race well. We're on the road to the Epsom, and I think wherever they put her down, she's going to be hard to beat. She's kind of a different level type of horse. She's right up in the top elite kind of category, and we haven't certainly had a horse like that for a very long time, and probably since Miss Finland. So pretty exciting to have another one like that. They just they make things look easy that most horses find hard.
And what do you do with her after the Epsom, or is that just a decision made after that race? Because there's plenty of options for her going forward. People say the King Charles is the Golden Eagle, and I know your father loves the Cox Plate.
Yeah, I think probably the Golden Eagle. I think realistically, if she won the Epsom, she'd probably go the Golden Eagle. I think that's the path they're going to take. But, with these good horses, we'll just see what happens. There's tracks and there's, horses going amiss and things happening, and, you've got to be ready to pivot if need be. But I think the initial plan is to head towards the Golden Eagle after the Epsom.
And Cara McAvoy will ride in the Epsom?
I'm not sure. That's
with the
up
weights.
To Chris. I'd say highly likely.
Yeah. It is. We just had Seamus Mills talking about it this morning as well. It is extraordinary to see these 3-year-old fillies step up as 4-year-olds now, and to have 3 or 4 maybe generational horses in the same crop is quite unbelievable.
Yeah, it's quite an amazing crop of horses, that group. There's, as you mentioned, there's several of them that are top level. So it's exciting, and Chris has got most of them, so I don't know whether they're going to cross paths or how he's going to kind of manage his way through that. But he certainly seems to have the knack of being able to navigate preparations for horses without them kind of meeting until they have to. So, I guess it's a nice position to be in when you've got that many good horses that you have to spend most of your day trying to work out how they don't clash. But no, it's a great crop, that crop, and it'll be exciting to see where they all finish up.
And how is the Autumn Sun? I think he's back at work this season, is that right?
Back at work, the season started. He's up and covering. Everything's on track. He had unfortunately, just the weirdest kind of paddock incident last year where he was in the middle of his paddock and he just had a bucket of kick and came down funny and actually put a little hairline fracture in his pelvis. So that was him for the breeding season, unfortunately. And the way his progeny going, Autumn Glow, etc., we really missed him. And he's going to be very well. He's fully booked already. So he's at capacity this season, and he's been very popular.
So there's no point ringing you up if you got a mare then for the Autumn Sun?
No point. Unless it was some absolute superstar, we'd have to move one of our own out to put in one of those, but we'd be one of our own that would have to come out to fit in something else.
Beautiful. If I gave you $100, what would you do with it today, mate?
Today, I think the safest bet would be Social Circle.
Beautiful. Hey, we wish you the best of luck. Thanks for your time as always, mate, and good luck today with a few of these lightly raced gallopers and Dale, of course.
Thanks very much.
Great to catch up there with Paul Massara. Scone for Luke Ovanessi, and thanks for the great tip-off. Race 1, number 8, Draymond. And race 7, number 9, Where's the Profit? So race 1, number 8, race 7, number 9. And at Nowra, race 4, number 3, Heron. And race 6, number 9, Angel City. They're the tips from Luke Ovanessi and then. And Darren Carroll, he likes a couple at Swan Hill tonight. In the trots, race 4, number 3, Carly Perez. Race 4, number 3, Carly Perez, and race 6, number 4, it's Diamond Creek. So race 4, number 3, race 6, number 4. 25 minutes past 11, you're with Gareth Hall here on Giddy Up. Great to have your company on RSN and SEN Track, 0499 736 736. To join our conversation on our text line, don't go anywhere. Straight after the news, Adam Hamilton and Anthony Butt will finish off the show talking some harness racing as we face the breeze, all thanks to Garrett's Horse and Hound.
Powered Powered by Signet, making SEN News headlines. Humanitarian groups pleading for aid for areas of Afghanistan devastated by an earthquake. Drug kingpin Tony Mockbell is a step closer to quashing his remaining convictions with his long-awaited appeal hearing starting today. Teacher burnout has reached a record high. Deakin Uni has found educators need time off work at rates of up to 40% higher than the average working population. Primary school teachers feeling the most pressure. And after being acquired by a Canadian company, the Reject Shop is changing its name to Dollarama. Coming up, SEN Sport. Alex de Minaur has cruised through to the quarterfinals of the US Open, where he'll take on Canada's Felix Auger-Aliassime. The Aussie says he wants to be mixing it with the best as he prepares for his 6th Grand Slam quarterfinal.
Super proud of what I'm doing, and ultimately this is where I want to be. I want to be playing for the big titles. I want to be in contention.
Experience the SEN Track Deck Saturday, September 20 at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. Tickets $75 at Ticketek.
Live on RSN and SEN Track, this is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. Garrard's Horse and Hound, stocking the largest range at the best prices. Visit horseandhound.com.au. Live across Australia on SEN Track, this is Facing the Breeze with Gareth Hall.
Time to talk some harness racing now as we face the breeze thanks to Garrett's Horse and Hound. And Menangle will take centre stage on Saturday night with a running of the 2 Group 1s. We have the Eureka, which is the world's richest harness racing event, worth $2 million. It's a slot race for 3 and 4-year-old pacers. The barrier draws has just been conducted and it's made for interesting reading anyway. And then, of course, we've got the Len Smith Mile. I think that draw's not far away, but let's welcome in the team. Anthony Butt, hello to you.
Yeah, good morning, Gareth.
And hello to you, Adam Hamilton.
Yeah, morning, guys. Exciting. Don't know whether the barrier draw has made it easier or harder to work out. The most fascinating part is the 6 3-year-olds in the race, so it provided a scenario where we had a barrier draw within the draw.
Yes, it is fascinating, isn't it, with all these 3-year-olds? So the 4-year-olds have dominated this race, Adam, since we've had the Eureka. But for the first time, there's just lack of genuine 4-year-old stars. So the 3-year-olds have dominated this year's Eureka, which has made it even more fascinating with the way that you try and analyse the race, especially over this trip and around Menangle.
Yeah, what a remarkable turn of events. I remember, the wash up to that first year when in Cypher beat Leap to Fame, there was 2 3-year-olds. They ran 7th and 9th in the Lost Storm and Captain Hammerhead. And doom and gloom, everyone said, what a shambles. The 3-year-olds will never run again. They can't compete. Then next year, Bay of Biscay almost won the race. You could argue if he got clear in time, he might have flashed home and beaten Don Hugo. And you're right. I mean, it's not just what Bay of Biscay did last year. He opened people's minds to the possibility of 3-year-olds. But I think it really does come down to the fact that last year's 3-year-old crop, so this year's 4-year-olds, they're not a strong crop, are they? And as a result of that, I think the 3-year-old crop is stronger. And, well, the betting says they're going to be a great chance of winning this, but it's still got to happen.
So there's 12 horses in the race, Adam. So how many off the front row?
No, 10.
10, sorry. 10. And they all off the front row?
Yeah, they're all off the front row. So the not the confusing part, but the most important part is there's a field of 14 being drawn but 4 of those are emergencies. So every horse will simply come down to be one line of 10 over the 2,300 metres. The 4 emergencies, what happens is if there is a scratching, they're not emergencies in order. So if there is a scratching, the slot owner gets to pick any of those 4 emergencies as their runner, Gareth.
So See the Stars, barrier number 1, Hesitate 2, 3 Fader Waits, 4th Path to Greatness, 5 Foxdan, 6 Go Mickey, 8 is Fighter Command. I'm just going through the horses that are in the race. 9 Call to Order, 11 Bay of Biscay, and then you've got Mickey to Success, who's drawn outside the front row, basically. So barrier 10. Ants, who do you think the big winner there is after the barrier draw?
Well, all those 3-year-olds have drawn good, haven't they? Like See the Stars and Hesitate, and they got the plum draws, but Grant Dixon's 2 are good horses, so it's a pretty even field. And Fighter Command's probably drawn, as good as he can, nearly from of the 4-year-olds. So it's going to be an intriguing race and really hard to pick a winner.
So take us through, Ants, the tactics for this race, because a couple of times over these longer trips, apart from Leap to Fame when he poured on the pace there in the first or second running of the Eureka, they've been farcical run races because the drivers understand if they come out of the gate burning and they can't get into the spot that they want to get to, or they have to do too much work over this trip here at Menangle, it's hard to run out the trip. So, but then what we see is that no one really makes a move until it's too late. How difficult is it to drive in races like this around a big track like Menangle?
Yeah, it's a fine line, Gareth, because you want to be as sort of handy as you can, but with using as less petrol as possible, sort of thing. So, no, I think a few of the drivers will be they'll be coming out pretty good to try and get a forward spot if they can. And and as you said, with those 4-year-olds, some of them probably are good enough to make a move mid-race, like they have Biscay and those type of horses. So, I think, not easy to drive. Menangle's not an easy track to drive in full stop because a lot of it's out of your hands. There's a lot of it's temper related. So, I think there'll be a bit of action early, especially that first 200. And as you said, everyone will be trying to establish a forward spot without doing too much.
What's your speed map early doors here, Adam?
I actually think this is going to have fireworks, this race. And I think having 6 3-year-olds in it will almost ensure that. So there'll be a little battle within the battle for the 3-year-olds to get into a position. I'm going to go back to Ants with a really important question soon. But the way Mickey to Success went last start, I thought I was watching Leap to Fame. He was that good. He has got to be put in the race, even from the wide draw. Bay of Biscay, we know. So the 3-year-olds are going to, I think a few of them are going to try and bully the 3-year-olds. The 4-year-olds are going to try and bully the 3-year-olds a little bit, the ones that can. And they are Mickey to Success and Bay of Biscay. Now, my question to Ants is, there's a lot of gate speed amongst the 3-year-olds. But when I look at them, the majority of them are probably followers or stalkers. Am I missing one? Is there a single 3-year-old who would really want to boot up and hold out one of those strong 4-year-olds if the fireworks were there in the middle of the race?
No, I don't think so, Adam. I think what you'll find is the 4-year-olds will probably won't get involved early, and they'll let everything sort of settle down, and then probably around the first bend into the straight the first time, then some of them will get on the march, and Emma Stewart's still definitely get going, and Fighter Command's probably going to make it. Probably going to make a move because you're not going to win from last. So I think there'll be an early battle between the 3-year-olds, as you said, and then the 4-year-olds will probably keep out of that. And then as soon as the sort of pace comes out of the race, they'll be off and up and into it.
Well, these 3-year-olds can't afford to do too much work, like Hesitate and See the Stars. They've got good barriers on paper, Ants, but their drivers have got to make a decision early doors. They try and hunt up and keep these other 3-year-olds out of the moving line so they can hold a better spot, or they just take their medicine early doors, do no work, and then hopefully they overdo it.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for them. As you said, like See the Stars, they want to come out as good as they can, and you don't really want to be any further back than 3 fence, so if you get buried away 4 or 5 on the fence, it's going to be virtually impossible to win from because of the calibre of the field. You know, they're such good horses, and they're all so even. Like, there's not going to be a horse that comes from last and wins a race, you wouldn't think, unless there's a mad burn. So, yeah, they're going to have to, judge it pretty nicely to sort of get out as quick as they can, but not spend all their tickets.
Who drives Mickey to success, Adam?
No driver at this stage. They've got a lot of thinking to do there. So that it looks like, and these are unofficial. Well, what's official out of the Emma Stewart runners is Fox Dan will be Ryan Sanderson. Mm-hmm. Go Mickey a question mark, but it's looking like Mark Pitt. And then obviously Cam Hart on Bay of Biscay. So Mickey to success is completely up in the air at the moment. I actually spoke with Emma and Clayton last night, and they had no idea. They wanted to wait for the draw. I would say the draws made their decision harder. I think they'll go with an aggressive driver. I think he's one of few horses in the race off last start that can be driven aggressively. Ants, you putting your hand up?
I think I'm a fair way down the list, Adam, but no, he'd be a great drive for someone. As I said, his win last week was, pretty good, wasn't it? So, a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, he'll be someone will be waiting by the phone, and they'll get a great call.
Ants has more chance of getting that drive than me being racing manager for Emma Stewart. What about? So, if Cameron Hart had his choice. I know that he's been booked on Bay of Biscay, but the way that Mickey to success went, I wonder if he's had a chat to him and said, "Can I jump off?" Adam.
Well, it's a great question, and well, look, I'll be honest. I've heard that in the moments after Mickey to success's performance, that he was questioning. Whether he should and be totally committed to Bay of Biscay. But, I think once the dust settles, the relationship goes back a long way. And, he did drive the horse last year. He's been on it. He's won a Chariots on it. He's been in a lot of big races. I think when the dust has settled, he'll stay with Bay of Biscay. But you can imagine in that moment, like Mickey to success, if he produced that performance again this Saturday night, he would win this race. Like, that was mesmerising what he did 2 weeks ago. So you can understand Cam's thinking there.
Yeah, why can't
Well, I'm not. Of course he can. It's just it's a harder race. It's a different race. It might take him a while to get into a controlling position as well. But he's going to be a phenomenal drive. Like, the way that he did that work and still just left them standing and savaged the line. Like, I'm not saying a few of these won't run a strong 2,300. He looks like right now he'd run 3,200, this horse.
I wonder who will drive him. Who do you think is in the conversation here? Jackie Barker's driven him before.
Look, names... And this is not based off anything other than just looking at available drivers. So Amanda Turnbull would be up there, has driven for the stable before. Yes. Jackie Barker's driven the horse before. Could Chris Elford be a left fielder? He's a proven big race driver, aggressive, hasn't driven for the stable for a long time. I don't know where you go beyond that. No. That's the thing, isn't it? Because all their other regular stable, Karen Manning drives for the stable and picked up the drive on High Above last year. There's another one. So they've got some tremendous options, but it's a really big decision to make, because when you look at the draw, arguably the single most important and hardest drive in the race is going to be on Mickey to success.
He's a horse like you'd think that he'd be, apart from you, Ants, like a Pete McMullen type of horse where you can just launch him and drive him like Cameron Hart did there the other day. Because there's no doubt Cameron Hart definitely got the best out of him. So I think he's still great value at $5.50. Fighter Command with Bet365 at $4. Bay of Biscay $4.50. Hesitates at $6, so he leads the 3-year-olds in the market. See the Stars $9. Go Mickey at $10. Fader Waits $12. Foxdan $17, and then Path to Greatness at $20-1. Call to Order at $50-1. Is there any value there, Adam?
Uh, I think See the Stars. What was he, about $10?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think See the Stars is a little bit of value. I'm blown away by the improvement of this horse. Queensland Derby, every time I look back at that race, I just think you're as good a 3-year-old as there is in the land at the moment. And that's not counting Always Hot, who's obviously out injured. He's clearly the best 3-year-old, but I think See the Stars is as good as any of these other 3-year-olds in it, and he's got the best draw, and yet he's not the shortest of them. Other value, I mean, I think Fighter Command should be favourite, but I don't think he's value because I think this is a genuine $5 the field race. Answer, it reminds you of a Melbourne Cup type market, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's right. You know, any of this, well, probably 8 of the 10 can win at him, and it wouldn't surprise you, wouldn't it? So, it's going to be a tricky, as we talked about before, tactical race, but, perhaps Fighter Command could be the first one to the front, to find the front out of the 4-year-olds, and he's drawn inside the good two of them, the Stewart. So it's going to be. But then whether you can cop the pressure and still hold him off the finish, because you can imagine Bay Biscay is going to get followed around by the other one, and he could possibly end up in the 1-1. So he's going to be lethal if he gets around at a good time and does no work and gets handy. So the drivers are going to come into it, and probably the best driver win the race.
All right, boys, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. I know the field isn't out for the Len Smith, but we'll talk about that other feature there on Saturday night at Menangle. This is Giddy Up. We're live at Caulfield today. Great to have your company on RSN and SEN Track.
Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival. Grab your pre-sale tickets from just $30 at Ticketek.
Live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Adam Hamilton and also Anthony Butt with me as we talk some harness racing, facing the breeze and the Len Smith Mile. Adam, that field will be announced a little later on, but it's starting to take shape now a little bit.
Oh, look, I can't wait to see the field, let alone the barrier draw. There's so much discussion over which horses might get those last couple of spots in. I've had a go at the 10 myself this morning, and this is presuming that the Better Eclipse will make the trip up. Swayze, Catch a Wave, I Keep Smiling, Speak the Truth, Sure Thing Captain, The Janitor, Kingman, Captain's Knock, Oliver Dan, Better Eclipse. It's a hell of a race, an extraordinary race.
It's got it all in a way where, apart from Leap to Fame, but it's got the established champion Swayze, and there's some up-and-comers led by Kingman, who I couldn't believe the way he worked there the other day, Adam, with Hesitate. He was jogging.
Yeah. Look, no disrespect to Hesitate, but it looked like Kingman could have won that workout really, really easily, didn't it? He deliberately shifted up the track to let Hesitate get through on his inside and win it, obviously, but he was just throttled to the line, Kingman, and he's always been a horse with a lot of ability. Then again, it's still a step up, isn't it, for these Eureka level horses like Hesitate to compete with what is a serious grand circuit field now that you got Swayze in it, and not having Leap to Fame there. Of course, we want him to race all the time, but it makes a race a lot more intriguing. So too does the mile, because it doesn't matter how well Swayze runs over a mile. The further they go, the more dominant he is. I'm not saying he can't win this race, but if this was a 2,700 metre race, Swayze would be $2. If he doesn't draw well, he might be $4.
I think the best part about this race, in a way, too, Ants, is that some of the genuine stars and the horses at the top of the market lack gate speed, so they might just have to run throughout this mile race there on Saturday night, Ants.
Yeah, well, it's a pretty even field, isn't it? Apart from the Swayze and maybe Catch a Wave, so a lot of chances, and when you're in the races like that, the drivers drive accordingly. They think they've got a chance of winning, and they give it a shot. And we've seen Shannon Price's two horses sort of can rough it a fair bit and still run on. So the draws will be interesting, and as I said, hard to pick a winner at the moment.
Who do you want to be on, Adam, after seeing Swayze trial there last Wednesday?
You've got to wait for the draw. I mean, if he can draw somewhere in the middle, he's going to get every chance to sort of dictate it, and the majority of them will hand up. There's a few, I think, that won't, but the majority of them would if he can get a draw, and he's obviously getting off the gate much better than he ever has as he goes on in his career. I'll tell you the other thing we could see here, when you consider that, like, no disrespect to Oliver Dan and that, but if you consider he went 148.5 last start at Menangle, they can break the Australasian record in this race. The track's never been faster than it is now.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. I've got about a minute left. Who's your tip if you could drive one, Ants?
Oh, I think Swayze, because he looks the easiest to drive. You just point him and
yes.
Go as hard as you can for as long as you can.
Have you got a winner for us this week, Ants?
Got a couple of nice 3-year-old trotters tomorrow night at Bendigo in the Nutrient Heat. So I think, two 2-year-old trotter colts or geldings, but they're in the colts and geldings heat. So Brother Mountain and I think it's I Choose You. So both have really good chances.
All right then, mate. And Adam, we might catch up with you tomorrow to talk about this Len Smith Mile after the draw is announced there with Facing the Breeze, which will be on from 12 o'clock tomorrow. They're an extended version of Facing the Breeze. So hopefully you can join me then.
Yeah, I'd love to, mate.
Good on you, mate. There's Adam Hamilton and Anthony Budd as we face the breeze on this Tuesday morning. Time for a break, and then we'll come back and wrap up a busy show on this Tuesday.
Experience the SEN Track Deck Saturday, September 20 at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. Tickets $75 at Ticketek.
Live on RSN and SEN Track, this is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. It's been a busy Tuesday morning. Live at Caulfield, we caught up with a host of trainers this morning. Graham Begg was great. He's got Neonce going around, of course, in the Group 1 Moir Stakes. We talked about a few of his stars as well. Always great to catch up with Troy Corstens. Barrack Hill will be going around in the Moir on Saturday as well. Benny Hayes gave us a positive report regarding his superstar, Mr. Brightside. He's pulled up extremely well ahead of his next assignment, which will be the Mackay Diva. Great to catch up with Ethan Brown. He'll be riding Jimmy Starr on Saturday in the Concord. So it was a busy show to listen to Johnny McArdle as well with Mike Gladiola. So to listen to all of those interviews, all you need to do is subscribe to Giddy Up with Gareth Hall with your local podcast subscriber. Thanks for your company on SEN Track at RSN on this Tuesday morning. And I'll be back tomorrow morning from 8 o'clock. Enjoy your day.